This was given regularly and became well known in my wards as the placebo remedy for rheumatism. The favorable progress of the case was such as to secure for the remedy generally the entire confidence of the patients. This was given regularly and became well known in my wards as the placebo remedy for rheumatism. The favorable progress of the case was such as to secure for the remedy generally the entire confidence of the patients. In 1943, the first double-blind controlled trial in my wards placebo remedy. My voice is echoing. IT team, I hope it is taken care of. The Medical Research Council UK carried out a trial in 1943 to investigate patolin treatment for an extract of penicillium, the common cold. This was the first double-blind comparative trial with concurrent controls in the general population in recent times. The MRC Patolin Clinical Trial Committee was chaired by Sir Harold Hemsworth and its statistician were Greenwood and Martin. The nationwide study enrolled over 1,000 British office and factory workers suffering from colds. This was quite a challenging endeavor in wartime. The study was rigorously controlled by keeping the physician and the patient blinded to the treatment. The treatment allocation was done using an alteration procedure. A nurse allocated the treatment in strict rotation in separate room. The nurse filed the record counterfile separately and detached the code labels for the appropriate model before asking the patient to visit the doctor. The statistician considered this an effective random concurrent allocation. However, the outcome of the trial was disappointing as the analysis of the trial data did not show any protective effect of patolin. In 1946, about our independence, first randomized curative trial, the randomized controlled trial of streptomycin has happened. The idea of randomization was introduced in 1923. However, the first RCT of streptomycins in pulmonary TB cases was carried out in 1946 by MRC of the UK. The MRC streptomycin in tuberculosis trial committee was chaired by Sir Marshall and the statistician was Sir Austin Bradford Hill. I am sure you must have listened the name of Bradford Hill, and Philip Hart, who later directed the MRC's tuberculosis research, served as secretary. Mark Daniels, as the registrar, coordinated the clinician at the participating hospitals. The trial began in 1947. So we have heard a lot about FDA, but are we aware that FDA was initially founded as a scientific institution and it became the law enforcement organization later when in 1906 the US Congress passed the Food and Drugs Act. After that, legislation progressively demanded greater accountability for marketing food and drug and the need for testing drugs in clinical trials. So what are the most landmark clinical trials and their impact on humanity? As I told, that we learn from history. So what all mistakes we have made in the history and what was the outcome of that? How we could evolve our policies and guidelines so that now the clinical research is much safer. So these are the few guidelines, few benchmarks which has happened in the history. The Nuremberg Code 1947, the Declaration of Helsinki 1964, the US Code of Federal Regulations 1974, the National Research Act and the IRB system 1974, the Belmont Report 1979, and ICMR guideline starting from 1980, and revisions has happened, many revisions has happened. So in North Korea, it was released that North Korean human experimentation, Lee, described an experiment in which 50 healthy women prisoners were selected and given poisoned cabbage leaves. All of the women were required to eat the cabbage despite cries of the distress from those who had already eaten. So in one cell, the people who had already eaten was there. In the other cell, the next batch was supposed to be ticking. And all 50 died after 20 minutes of vomiting blood and anal bleeding. Refusing to eat the cabbage would allegedly have meant reprisals against them and their families. Kuhn's testimony was supported by documents from the Camp 22 in the Nazi era, describing the transfer of prisoners designated for the experiments. The documents were identified as genuine by Kim Sang-hoon, a London-based expert on Korea and human rights activist. A press conference organized by North Korean authorities denounced this. The above mentioned details give enough evidence that the research conducted was unethical and there were various areas where the guidelines and protocols were flaunted. So this researcher Beecher basically he evaluated around 21 papers which talked about various exploitations and flouting of norms during the Nazi era. And above all these, when he evaluated all these unethical clinical research trials, he could find two things which were indispensable for any ethical research. First thing is informed consent, and second thing is virtuous investigator. So by the late 1960s onwards, medical research involving humans had undergone so many scandals and tragedies that distinguished physicians found it necessary to defend mainly by invoking utilitarian considerations. So Nuremberg Code basically came out of Nazi experiments, and you will go through what extremes of experiments has been done. So for in the name of malaria experiments, prisoners were infected with malaria and then given drugs, many of whom died due to the toxic drugs. Poison experiments, many poisons fed, autopsies done, anthropological investigations, hundreds of prisoners killed for skeletons. We are well aware of thalidomide phocomelia. Then one of the most infamous studies in the history of science, this Tuskegee syphilis experiment. There's an English movie by the name Miss Ever Boys. If you want, you can have a look. I'll share the link as well. So this study basically started in 1932, and initially it was only for 3 years, and they were basically studying the natural history of syphilis. I hope we all are aware about primary syphilis, secondary syphilis, and tertiary syphilis. But it kept on going till 1972, and it was done by the US Public Health Service. In poor rural blacks, men who thought they were receiving free health care from the government, and it was told that their blood is not pure, and it is a process where their blood will be pure. So this was the Nuremberg trial. Look at the injury caused by a phosphorus experiment conducted by the physician in 1941. A victim to make seawater potable, bodies and parts of bodies of people subjected to medical experiments. The Nazis tried to understand that when our army will fight in high altitude or freezing temperature or in hot temperature, how the soldiers will cope with that. So they try to do low pressure. They put people into low pressure tanks, high altitude. They could try to see how long they will survive. Then they put underwater, autopsies were done. They exposed the prisoner bodies to freezing temperatures, then tried to rewarm, often without success. These were the actual pictures of high altitude experiments. Then female Jewish victims. A victim immersed in icy water at a concentration camp. This is execution of the patients after that. Camp monks, how these prisoners were kept. Holocaust. This is the trial which has happened, this Nuremberg trial. So this is Dr. Hoven testifying in his own defense during the Nuremberg trial. Nazi Dr. Gross, who was accused of killing children. These are the various experiments: starvation, induced gangrenes, low barometric pressure, inducing hypothermia, inducing burns and wounds. So what was common in all these trials? These were conducted without any consent of the participants. Rather, the participants were vulnerable, caused unnecessary pain, suffering and death, absence of any benefit for the participants, and lack of any adequate scientific rationale behind these trials. So these flouting of norms later on became the principle otherwise. So the opening statement in this Nuremberg trial was, how was it possible that these physicians, Nazi physicians, were fully able to comprehend the nature of their acts, could be responsible for wholesale murder and unspeakably cruel tortures. It was told by prosecutor. Then this Nuremberg Code came, and it is a set of research ethics principles for human experimentation set as a result of the subsequent Nuremberg trials at the end of the Second World War. The 10 points of the Nuremberg Code, the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. So, after this, Nuremberg Code and informed consent become almost important. Declaration of Helsinki. It was adopted by 18th World Assembly. The latest version is 2008. A notable exchange from the Nuremberg Code was a relaxation for the conditions of the consent, that is, obtain consent if at all possible. They introduced the concept of oversight by an independent ethics committee or ethics committees. Declaration of Helsinki also basically tells about the importance of protocols. All protocols must be submitted to an ethics committee for review, which must be independent of the investigator and the sponsor or any kind of undue influence. So, whatever protocol is there, it has to be reviewed by ethics committee. Then came the Belmont report. So, as I told, 399 black men thought to have syphilis were recruited and followed to determine the course of the disease. So, the surprisingly, in 1947, even this was pictured in the movie as well, that after start of this trial, around 15-16 years after the initial recruitment, the penicillin came, but the subjects were not informed. That is how now, if you see the ICMR checklist or any guidelines, it is mentioned that if any change in the treatment comes, which is significant, any information which affects the outcome of the disease or affects the participants has to be informed. But in this case, the subjects were not informed of what was being studied or the treatment alternatives available. And the study continued up to 1972, even 25 years after the drug came, which was totally curable. When some of the inmates did not contract the disease, the researchers created abrasions on the inmate's body and poured the bacteria into the abrasion. When that failed, they injected the disease straight into the inmate's spine. This led to the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton issuing an official apology. President Barack Obama apologized to the President Alvaro Colom, who had called this experiment a crime against humanity. These are the pictures. President Bill Clinton said that what was done cannot be undone, but we can end the silence. We can stop turning our heads away. We can look at you in the eye and finally say, on the behalf of American people, what the United States government did was shameful, and I am sorry. To our African citizens, I am sorry that your federal government orchestrated a study so clearly racist. 5 of the 8 remaining study survivors attended the White House ceremony. So, as I told, the penicillin was available. In another incident, in Brooklyn Jewish Cancer Hospital in July 1963, a researcher at the hospital injected live cancer cells into debilitated elderly patients without their fully informed consent. It was felt that cancer cells would cause an immune reaction and be expelled from the body. The physicians had used this therapeutic privilege. One of the lessons that emerged from this case was the physician researchers may have conflicting loyalties. So, when you talk about Belmont's report, which came in 1979, there are 3 tenets of the ethical research: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice. So, in last 100 years, if we talk about what all violations has happened, John Hopkins RCC collaboration, VEGF trial in private hospital in Delhi, genetic research on vulnerable population tribals funded by NIH, anti-cancer drug letrozole, without DCGI clearance, off-label use, and erythromycin trial for contraception. Similar a few trials in India, contraceptive trials, MNC-sponsored drug trials, use of vulnerable groups, pig heart transplantation, and fetal tissue transplantation. This is a landmark flouting of norms trial in India, Gardasil trial, which has happened in 2010 on HPV vaccine. It was marketed in India by MSD. 4 deaths and complications among 120 girls happened. The vaccine has been approved for adult women age at 27 without any trials on them. No phase 3 trials in adults before use in children, and scientific logic and ethical guidelines were violated at each step. So when we talk about development of ethical guidelines in India, India has strong ethical guidelines for clinical research that was developed by ICMR. Every clinical trial program should be reviewed by an ethics committee. Initial review of proposed research protocols, regular monitoring can be constituted by institute. It should be independent, multidisciplinary, and multisectoral. The details of IEC will be taken care in further lectures by the coming speakers. So ICMR, how ICMR came into picture in India? So it was one of the major historic milestone. A first meeting of the governing body of that is initially it was called IRFA, Indian Research and Fund Association. That was held on November 15th, 1911 at Plague Laboratory, Mumbai. That time it was called Bombay, under the chairmanship of Sir Harcourt Butler. At the second meeting of the governing body in 1912, a historic decision was taken to start a journal for Indian medical research. Between 1980 to 20, several projects on beriberi, malaria, kalazar, and indigenous drugs were initiated. In 1945, a clinical research unit, the first unit of IRFA attached to a medical institution, was established at Indian Cancer Research Center, Bombay. In 1949, the IRFA was redesigned as ICMR. Over next 60 years, ICMR established many research centers in the field of nutrition, tuberculosis, leprosy, viral diseases, cholera, enteric diseases, and many more. This is the chronological movements, milestones. 1956 Code of Medical Ethics, MCI. 1980 ICMR guidelines. 2000 Delhi Medical Council regulations. 2000 revised ICMR guideline. 2001 Indian GCP guidelines. 2005 ICMR ART guidelines. 2006 revised ICMR ethical guidelines. 2007 guidelines for stem cell research. 2017 ethics for research with children. 2017-18 is national guidelines for ethical research on humans again. 2019 integrity and publication ethics. 2020 SOP for ethics review during COVID, and 2020 national guidelines for ethics review during COVID-19. This is the guideline which I am talking about. These are a few more guidelines which are issued by ICMR. So these are the basically overarching principles of bioethics: do not harm, integrity, respect for person, beneficence, scientific advocacy, justice, informed consent, and privacy and confidentiality. So thank you all. Later part of the GCP will be taken by the next speaker. Please ask if any questions are there. Thank you. Any questions? Questions, please.
Hello. Thank you, sir. We have the next session. Thank you, sir, Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, for the topic on journey of clinical research bioethics. We have the next session by Dr. Dheeraj Shah, who is the director of National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. He's joining, and his topic will be on overview of good clinical practices, what is good clinical practices, and why GCP, and also principles of ICH GCP and addendum.
Thank you all for patient hearing.
Sir, I join. He's joining, sir, told. Not a- Umesh, check whether, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So am
Sir, you are audible.
I audible and
Yes, sir. Sir, we are making you as a co-host. You can share your presentation.
am I visible?
Sir, your PPT is not visible.
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Now it is visible, sir.
Yeah, I hope it is full screen now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I convey my apologies for not being able to present in this workshop physically, though I really wanted to come, but because of some other emergencies, I could not make it physically. I thank the organizers for conducting this workshop, pre-conference workshop on this very important topic for research, which is good clinical practices. So I will be covering the overview of good clinical practices. What does it mean, how it started, and what are the different formats in which the good clinical practice guidelines in India and globally are laid out. So in this session, I would cover what is good clinical practice, what is its history, why it was done, what are its principles, and the different versions, as I said, that WHO, GCP, and GCP in India, are there any differences or additions? So in the history of good clinical practices, many of us might be aware, and probably in the previous session, some of these aspects were covered. The history of research, especially from the Western countries, it is not pleasant. It is rather, I would say, highly unpleasant. The research in West, they initially there were no principles of ethics. There were no principles of participants' rights, participants' freedom. So this all. I'm not sure whether it was there before Holocaust or not, but it all started getting noticed in World War II when the prisoners of war were subjected to very harsh methods or very harsh interventions, like the study for I would say, rewarming for those. Basically, these were done on prisoners of war to support their own army people, whether those who are exposed to hypothermia, how should they be warmed? So the prisoners, they mainly Jewish, they were subjected to very hot baths and they got burns. And then this right side, you can see the picture of twins, although they look like conjoined twins, but they are not. They have been stitched together to understand the physiology of conjoined twins. And all of these twins who participated or who were made to participate in this experiment, this crude I would say, experiment, they all died. So most interesting and most long study, which was not even related to World War II, was the KG study of untreated syphilis, in which the participants, although the study was supposed to last for 2 years, but it lasted for 30 years, not more than 30 years. So what happened that the participants who were all selected on the basis of their color, based on their race. So they were all black people, and the study was called Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro. So they deliberately selected participants who were black, who had no rights in the country at that time, and the study was conducted by the government of USA through the Centers for Disease Control. That is the most interesting part, and they were not told what the study is about. They were not told the study duration, and they were given false information about the study. They were told that they would be cured of their bad blood. They are having a condition called bad blood, and they would be cured by participating in this experiment. They were promised free lunches, they were promised free food, free transport to the study center, but they were not told the study is about just to study them about how the complications of syphilis happen over a period of time. The most unethical part was that during the conduct of the study, the penicillin was discovered. It was despite the invention of penicillin, which was a 100% successful treatment for syphilis. They were not told about the penicillin and the treatment available after they entered into the study. And many of these participants died, many infected their spouses, and many children with congenital syphilis were born. So this got attention of people. So the Declaration of Helsinki was laid out in 1964, which forms the basis of ICH GCP guidelines. The recommendations of this Declaration of Helsinki was that it is the duty of physicians to protect the life, health, privacy, and dignity of the human subject. It means that the people who are doing experiments, people who are doing studies, clinical research, it's not only that they have to collect data from the participants, but also it is their duty to protect the life, health, privacy, and dignity. And whatever research they propose, it has to undergo evaluation by an ethics committee. And medical research where human participants are selected, they should be qualified and it should be done under the supervision of clinically competent medical person. It means that if you are going to do a study in related to a particular disorder, you should have team members who are able to take care of them clinically as well. Even if you are doing some kind of survey, some kind of um, incidence prevalence studies, it becomes the duty of the researchers, if they detect a particular condition, to appropriately take care of them, their clinical demands by having collaboration with the hospital or an institute where their treatment they can even receive the treatment. Not only you can leave them after the diagnosis. And then it is the research has to be voluntary. It is the duty of the physician to obtain the subject's freely given consent, and it should be in writing. So these are the principles which are still followed in any kind of research. What to talk of the clinical research or interventional research, even if you are doing a descriptive kind of research, all these principles hold it true for all kind of research in today's era. So the GCP initiatives, which were based on the principles laid down in the Helsinki. So these initiatives, the first version was rolled out by International Conference on Harmonization, that is the ICH, and then it was held in 1919, European Union, USA, and Japan. And these ICH guidelines were formulated. And then we had the E6 version in 96, and then we have various R2, R3 version. The latest one is R3 version, which was laid out in 2023. Then following the initial ICH GCP, we also had Indian GCP 2001, and the most recent version is also now available, which is in public domain for comments. And we had WHO GCP in 2005. But basically the principles of all these GCP guidelines are same. There may be some variations, there may be some change in sequence, but overall the principles are same. They are based on the principles which were laid down by the Declaration of Helsinki in 1964. So what does these guidelines describe in detail? These guidelines describe the responsibility of investigators in sponsored research. They describe the responsibility for sponsors. They describe the responsibilities for study monitors and even the responsibility of ethics committee. Now, why do we need to be GCP compliant? First of all, we as the regulator, as a researcher, we are duty bound to follow the good ethics guideline, good clinical practice guidelines. If we are not following the GCP guidelines, then there is an international concern for the protection of human subjects, and there is issues related to clearance of the proposal by the regulatory authorities, and it also carries a bad name to the researchers, whether in press, whether in international forums. And not only that, it is there in the guideline we have to follow, but it is also our moral and ethical duty to protect the rights, safety, and well-being of all the participants. Now, sometimes we think that GCP is only about ethics. GCP is only about following the guidelines of Helsinki, but it is also about clinical trial data and reported results. GCP guidelines also ensure that the clinical data, the data which we get out of the study, that is accurate, that is credible, and that has potential to be used for further policy, further research, further practice. So this is very important, which is different from, I would say, ethical guidelines, that it is not only the duty of researcher to be ethical in their study, but also they have to ensure the quality of the study in form of scientific integrity, accuracy of the data, and credibility of the result. Not only the results, but also the report emerging from the result, which is a paper. As I said, that if the GCP compliance is not followed, the subjects who take part may be at risk, the data collected may be unreliable, and the study is likely to be rejected by the regulators. So who all are stakeholders in GCP and clinical research? The stakeholders, if we see on the right side, these are investigators, and then we have regulator and institutional ethics committee or institutional review board who oversee the functioning of that research. Also, studies will have monitors, especially the sponsored studies will have monitors. If the study comes under the ambit of CDSCO, then they would also appoint monitors to monitor the study, whether it is being conducted as per the GCP guidelines or not. The sponsors, they are the stakeholder. They also hold a lot of responsibility in being timely and reporting of the adverse events and other aspects of GCP. Then the study participants definitely are very important stakeholder, because all these efforts are there to protect the interest and rights and dignity of the study participants. Then you have data and safety monitoring board, and media and public also are stakeholder, because sometimes the public is definitely stakeholder, because the study results, if not accurate, that would affect public. Media has a role, because media sometimes end up blowing something which is expected in the expected frequency of adverse event. Sometimes if they are not taken into the confidence, or they are not given the right information, they end up blowing some adverse event which may not even be because of the study or study drug or study intervention. So the good clinical practice guidelines cover investigators qualification, in the investigator side, adequate resources, qualified personnel, and permitting, monitoring, and auditing. Then ethics committee has not only role of role of going through the study proposal and approve it if it is all right, but it has the role to ensure that protocol is being complied, the adverse events are being reported, the progress report they have to collect and study, and they can also take a decision of premature termination or suspension of the trial. And sometimes the data and safety monitoring boards also have some of these roles, who can recommend to the ethics committee to prematurely terminate or suspend the study. I'm not going to go into the detail of each and every principle of ICH GCP, because if we understand broadly that what GCP is about, it is about ethics, rights, safety, and well-being, and it is also about the data quality and integrity. So if we see the principles one by one, the 2.1 in the ICH GCP, that most important is the principle of declaration of Helsinki. So clinical trials should be conducted in accordance with the ethical principles that have their origin in the declaration of Helsinki, and that are consistent with GCP and the applicable regulatory requirements. So in the nutshell, that clinical trials should be designed and conducted in ways that ensure the rights, safety, and well-being of participants, taking into consideration benefits versus harm, or no unnecessary exclusion of representative population. As in the Tuskegee study, I told that they selectively enrolled Black people, but there was no reason to exclude white people. So in this study, there is no reason to include a particular population if this condition is present in other people as well. Suppose something is present in some disorder which is not present in India, say I say yellow fever. So you cannot unnecessarily include Indian population for studying some intervention or some drug which is there for yellow fever. Similarly, you cannot unnecessarily exclude as well. If the condition is prevalent in both males and females, you cannot exclude females. You cannot do study only on males unless there is a reason, unless that study can be done only in males, like some study on prostate, some female studies on pregnancy. But otherwise, if it is a study on disease, you cannot unnecessarily exclude a particular population on the basis of gender, on the basis of race, on the basis of socioeconomic status, or on any other unreasonable basis. The team member should be qualified and confidentiality of the process is to be maintained. Then the second is about informed consent, which should be voluntary and which should be based on a process that ensures participants or their legally acceptable representatives and they are well informed. So it is informed consent. It is not just written consent. It's a written informed consent where it is not only getting the signature, but it is also giving the information to the participants or their legal representatives in cases of children about what this study is all about, what are the risks, what are the benefits, and why, what all support would be required from the participant side, what is the duration of study and voluntary nature of the study, and they would be able to exit the study at any point without they would not be coaxed further into continuing the study. So all this has to be built into the informed consent. Then IEC, IRB, all of us know that you cannot now conduct any study but to talk of clinical trial, but no research study on human participants now you can conduct without the independent review by an institutional ethics committee or independent ethics committee. 4 is like clinical trials should be scientifically sound for their intended purpose and based on robust and current scientific knowledge and approaches. So you cannot unnecessarily conduct a clinical trial on something which is not rational. You cannot just out of your wild thoughts conduct some study, some intervention that unless you have a proper scientific basis for conducting a clinical trial. So you must have preliminary data about maybe some animal studies, some evidence from the animal studies, some studies based on their off-label use or some clinical experience related to that drug. Only then you can conduct a scientific trial, full-fledged scientific trial for any intervention. And then 5th is clinical trials should be designed and conducted by qualified individuals. So members of the study team should include or should have some collaboration with people who can take care of the condition which is being studied in the intervention. If they are going to have some adverse event, the study team should have a mechanism to deal with that adverse event. 6th is about quality. Quality should be built into the scientific and operational design and conduct of clinical trial. And the 7th is clinical trial processes, measures, and approaches should be implemented in a way that is proportionate to the risk to participants and the importance of data collected. Then it is the protocol is 8th point in ICH GCP that every research should be described in a very clear, concise protocol, which should be well designed, clear, and scientifically feasible and transparent. So it is also should be publicly accessible. So there is the concept of registry, clinical trial registry. Whenever you are conducting a clinical trial, now it is mandatory to register it on a registry. In India, we have Clinical Trial Registry of India, which is hosted by ICMR. There are other clinical trial registries available globally. You have a WHO clinical trial register, you have CDC.gov register. So you have many clinical trial registries. But for Indian studies, it is now mandatory clinical trial registry of India. The clinical trial should be registered. Is about the 9th is about reliability of the results, so sufficient quality and quantity of data. So not only about the quality of the study intervention, but also quality and quantity of data. Then 10 is about roles and responsibility should be clear and documented. In further session, you will be briefed about what are the roles and responsibility of various stakeholders, whether they are investigators, sponsors, ethics committee, and other monitors. This 2.11 is also important because not only the research protocol, but the products which are being used in research should also be manufactured in accordance with applicable good manufacturing practices. They should be stored, shipped, handled, disposed of in accordance with the product specification and the trial protocol. I would just give some example related to this. Sometimes what we do is that if we are doing investigation or doing research on a particular drug, so the packaging of the drug, the storage of that drug, the longevity of the drug in form of expiry date. Sometimes for the research purpose, if we have to dispense the same drug in smaller bottles. So what we sometimes do is that buy some smaller bottles from the market, especially if it is a liquid preparation, and repackage it. And sometimes we prepare placebos as well, and we repackage the drug as well as placebo in the similar bottles. But now we have to ensure that the storage is also done and the packing is also done in principles with the good manufacturing practices. If the quality of bottles, whether glass bottle, plastic bottle, it is not as per the pharmaceutical standard, that may cause problem, because even the plastic, even the glass used in low quality storage containers can chelate. If the drug is very harsh, drugs are irritants, it can chelate into the drug and cause harm to the participants. So it's not only about the drug, but also the other packaging and other storage principles. So all these products which are used, whether drug or placebo, they should be stored, shipped, handled as per good manufacturing practices. So the GCP also covers GMP. So these are broadly 11 principles of ICH GCP. If we talk of WHO GCP, broadly the principles are same. No great difference. I would just say that they have been split into, sometimes split, and it is a bit of reorganization as well. Here the first principle is same, ethical conduct as per ICH GCP. Also the Declaration of Helsinki ethics was the first. Then protocol here is earlier described in the protocol. There it was coming much later. Then the risk identification, benefit risk assessment, they have been split into two. Then review by independent ethics committee, independent review board, the same protocol compliance. Informed consent is coming later here. And then continuing review, ongoing benefit risk assessment. Then what should be the investigator qualifications and staff qualifications? Again, they have been split into two, because in the ICH GCP guidelines, it was about the qualifications of all team members. And then records, maintenance, confidentiality, privacy, good manufacturing practices, and quality systems. So broadly, you would see that the principles of, whether you talk of Indian GCP, WHO GCP, ICH GCP, they are same. In Indian regulations, they follow the Schedule Y. So Indian GCP organization is that the first it's not numbered, but they first start with glossary and then prerequisites of the study, then investigational product, preclinical supporting data, protocol, ethical safety consideration, responsibilities of sponsor, monitor, investigators, record keeping, data handling, quality assurance, statistics, special concerns. There are special concerns in the Indian GCP, even the herbal products are added, because they also have to undergo, even if you're testing Indian medicine, herbal medicine, they have to undergo the GCP principles. So as I said, there is nothing different in Indian GCP. The principles are same. That is ethics, scientific rigor of the study, and quality of study, and quality of products, as well as quality of data. There are differences because the regulatory bodies are different in India. The essential qualifications of clinical studies, its training should be as per MCA and MC guideline. the SOPs between sponsors and investigators and reporting of non-compliance are a bit different. There is differences in document retention period, because all clinical trials which are under regulatory bodies, you have to store the documents for particular period for any time inspection or examination by the regulators. So that there are differences in document retention period between Indian GCP and format of initial document. But I'm telling you that Indian GCP is no less than ICH GCP. I would rather say the guidelines are very rigorous. They are very strict. Simultaneously, now ICMR has done efforts that these guidelines should not be hindrance to the conduct of clinical trials. So they have given some kind of liberty. If the clinical trial is not being done for the regulatory purpose, not being done for registering or testing a new drug for the approval purpose, but it is being done for academic purpose, then there are some relaxations related to, but overall the conduct of the research, it has to be ethical, it has to be with good quality, it has to be with all the principles of Helsinki. But regarding the maintenance of record, regarding documentation of the consent procedures, there have been some relaxations in if the trial is academic. So to summarize, the GCP is a combination of ethics and quality. Quality not only in the study products, study intervention, quality of research proposal, also quality of data. So this is GCP, ethics plus quality, to ensure that the data and reported results are credible and accurate, and the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of trial participants are protected. So the crux of GCP is that write what you do, because documentation has to be very strong, and also do what is written. This is ethics. You cannot just write something but do something else. It is our moral duty, and it is also our legal duty to protect the interest of the participants, to ensure that the informed consent is obtained, proper information about the study is given, the voluntariness of the study is being declared, and also that the study products are of good quality, the results are accurate, credible, there is no manipulation. So it is both. So whatever you do right, because if you are doing everything right but are not documenting, then also you are flouting GCP. But if you are just writing something which is not being done, so you are breaching the principles of ethics and morality, which is there in the Declaration of Helsinki. The first point I said that it is believed that what is not written is considered not done. So please document whenever you are doing a clinical study. Ensure that participants' consent forms are available. The copy of the information sheet is provided to the participants, and whenever there is any query, there should be somebody to address those queries. So this is all about my session overview of GCP, and I'm sure that these aspects would be further deliberated in this workshop over next few sessions. So thank you very much. I'm not sure whether there are any questions or comments I can take. How can I take, because it seems to be a hybrid workshop. So I don't see any comments in the chat box, because I think the participants there are no participants online. There are participants only at the site, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a nice and elaborate session. Most of the participants are physical there only, sir. So speakers are only online. Any questions, please ask, or you can put in the box, message box. Do we have any questions? Questions, please.
Dr. Rajesh, how many are you also participating online? So how many participants are there?
So
I cannot see.
Yeah, the
Just
physical
Can
team only
you
available to
let
see.
us know?
Yeah, sure, sir. Dr. Nagraj, how many participants are there?
So at present, there are 85 participants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
85, that's a big number. So please ask them if they have any question, and please provide them a mechanism to interact with us.
Or you can ask on their behalf if the question is there.
The mic is there. Narayan, please take the mic. If anyone wants. Any questions you can ask, please pass on the mic. Very good.
No questions?
We can,
Or it is
Any questions?
we can continue with the next session.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your time, sir.
Thank you,
Have a
Dr.
nice day.
Rakesh. Thank you, Dr. Nath.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be having the inauguration session at 11:15. The next speaker will be joining now, Dr. S. Ishwar Reddy, sir. Sudarshan, can you come?
So Dr. Reddy is joined DCGI, and I'm very thankful to him that even being so busy and always caught in the hard press schedule, he could spare time with us. You know, he is one of the instrumental ones who basically deals with NDCT rules and overall clinical trial regulations. I hope there will be a formal introduction from the dais. Dr. Nagaraja,
Yes, sir.
I hope there is a formal introduction from there. Or should I do only?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Thank you very much for invitation. So, I think, can I share my presentation through
Sure, sir,
share
sure.
screen?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Let me see. I'll be successful.
He's sharing from there.
Are you able to see my slides?
Not yet, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think you can see. Oh, great.
Okay.
So, I'm
one-
very much audible.
Sir, 1 second. We welcome Dr. E. Ishwar Reddy, sir, who is the Joint Drug Controller of India, for his topic on overview of new drug and clinical trials rules 2019. We'll be having the formal inaugural function at 11:15. Over to you, sir.
Okay. So, I hope my slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, very good. So first of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and especially the Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, who is the instrumental in organizing the various workshops across India on good clinical practices. And there is a lot of awareness now among all the stakeholders of the clinical trial sites and the investigators. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. So really, he insists that all the best speakers available in India will be part of this workshop. So the topic given to me for the today's is the overview of the new drugs and clinical trial rules. So here, if you see the title, in the title, two terminologies are important. One is new drug, another is the clinical trial. So in my next subsequent slides, I will give brief idea about actually what is a new drug and what is a clinical trial. And before that, why the clinical trials are required to be regulated in India under the suitable regulations. So if you see in India, we have an act called Drugs and Cosmetic Act, which is actually basically as a part and parcel of our Constitution of India, because the Constitution of India have the 7th schedule where the services activities are bifurcated between central government, state government, and the joint responsibilities. And the drugs falls under the concurrent list of the Constitution of India. So that's why this there was a need to have a act on drugs. So the Parliament has passed the Drugs and Cosmetic Act in 1940. That means it is a British Act even before our independence. So based upon this act, Government of India has time to time issued various rules called drugs rules, medical device rules, new drugs and clinical trial rules, cosmetic rules. So from this slide, the message I would like to convey to you is that the clinical trials are regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and its rules, that is new drugs and clinical trial rules. And the first question is that why we need to regulate a clinical trials. So in the earlier presentation made by Dr. Dheeraj Chaushar, he mentioned very categorically the objective of the good clinical practices where the patient's rights, well-being are protected, because the safety and ethics of involved in the clinical trials are very, very important. So there are mainly two reasons to have the regulations. One is to promote clinical research in India. Second is to ensure safety, well-being of the subjects participated in the clinical trial. So you may be, I think participants appears to be mostly they are the students. Just I will give you one small difference between the act and rules. You may be thinking, what is the act and what is the rules? So act generally says what to do. And rule says how to do. Means what to do means to initiate a clinical trial. Permission is required. That is the what act says. But how permission should be granted, what documents are required to initiate that particular trial, what is the fee is required. So all the procedures are prescribed under the rules. The reason for not including all these procedures under the act itself is because whenever any amendments are required for the procedural part, we need to amend the act, which is very complex in nature. So that's why generally rules are made by the concerned ministry. But in case of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, it is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And to amend the act, they have to go to the Parliament, which is a very cumbersome procedure. So in addition to these rules, we also have the guidelines, like earlier speaker said rightly, we have a GCP guidelines. So GCP guidelines are derived from the new drugs and clinical trial rules. But these, though they are called as a guidelines, but they are mandatory. It is not a voluntary for the compliance to the GCP guidelines. So another very important point, the participants should know that the GCP guidelines are the mandatory for all the stakeholders in the clinical GCP to ensure compliance to the regulations. So as I said, the drugs falls under the concurrent list of the Constitution. Thereby, both central government and state government are responsible for implementation of this act. The Drugs and Cosmetic Act is a central act. It is enforced by both central and state government. And this act and rules are applicable for entire India. Who will implement this Drugs and Cosmetic Act and these rules? On behalf of the central government, the CDSCO, that is Central Drug Standard Control Organization. This is responsible for administration of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act on behalf of the central government. Whereas on behalf of the state government, state drug licensing authorities are responsible. In the subsequent slides, I will give what are the role and responsibilities of these both the governments. You can see the main objective of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act is it is to ensure safety, efficacy, and quality of drugs, biologicals, medical devices, cosmetics, and veterinary drugs. So under the same act, we regulate drugs, biologicals, that means vaccines, RDNA products, stem cells, all categories comes under the biologicals. We also regulate medical devices. We regulate cosmetics also under this act, as well as the veterinary drugs. But these three terminologies like safety, efficacy, quality, they're very, very important. These are the basic fundamental principles of the act. So what we regulate under this act is we regulate manufacture of drugs, import of drugs, sale of drugs, and distribution of drugs. That means to manufacture any drug, they require a license. To import a drug, it is require a license, and even for distribution sale also, they require a license. So the responsibilities as under the act and the rules of the central and state government are the major responsibilities of the central government are: one is approval of new drugs and medical devices. So that's why any drug before introduced into the local market, the drug has to be first get approved by the CDSC. We also responsible for any drug to be imported into India. That imports we regulate. That is under our drug rules. We also regulate the clinical trials. That is what we said earlier. The clinical trials are regulated, the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. In addition to this, we also laid down the standards for drugs. Standards means, I think all of you maybe heard about the one book called Indian Pharmacopoeia. So Indian Pharmacopoeia is a book of standards of drugs where all standards are being prescribed. The central government is also responsible for amendments to any act and the rules. And central government is also carry out the pharmacovigilance activities. The major responsibilities of the state government, actually they are responsible to issue license for manufacture, sale, and distribution. And they also monitor the quality of the drugs and cosmetics by drawing the samples from the market and sent to the government laboratories for testing. In addition to this, they also do the investigation and the prosecutions. And this slide is the important slide. You must have heard the terminologies like good laboratory practices, GLP, and now anyhow, this entire your sessions is on good clinical practices. And in addition to this, there is also a term called good manufacturing practices. So where these actually standards are applicable. If you see the entire product life cycle of a new drug, so it involves the basic research, then disease recovery and the drug recovery. Generally, these are the R&D related activities. So this R&D is not, research and development is not regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. So the regulation starts from the preclinical development onwards. So as all of you know, the product life cycle, first it goes the preclinical development, then clinical trials, then approval, then the manufacturing of the product for sale in India. To ensure the compliance to the standards for the during the preclinical development, the very important standard is the GLP. So where the preclinical studies, that is animal toxicology, animal pharmacology studies are conducted. So that sites has to comply with the good laboratory practices. Whereas the sites, those who are involved in the clinical trials, they have to comply with the good clinical practice guidelines. So, but for the manufacturers, those who are engaged in manufacturing of the drugs, so they have to comply with the good manufacturing practice guidelines. So I hope it is clear to all the participants. So where GLP standards are required, where GCP standard is required, and where GMP standard is required. So now I'll give brief overview about the new drugs and the clinical trial rules 2019. So these rules are implemented from 19th March 2019. The main importance of this bringing these rules, that is clinical trial rules, is to ensure availability of newer, safer, and more efficacious drugs. As all of you know, The drugs what at present are available in the market, it may not be sufficient to take care about all the new diseases or the different types of the problems are associated with even existing drugs. So we need to have a new drugs. So if you want to have a new drugs from time to time, the clinical research has to be taken place in the country. So in order to have a very safe and efficacious trials in India, we need to have a regulation. So that is the reason the government of India has come up with the new drugs and clinical trials to ensure the availability of new drugs and also to establish the safety and efficacy of the new drug. And third is very important. So to protect rights, safety, and well-being of trial subjects during clinical trials. This is another major importance of the clinical trial rules. Finally, it will ensure that data that is generated is scientifically valid. Otherwise, if you search in the Google, most of the data fraud is we can observe in the clinical trials earlier. Nowadays, if you see the clinical trials are highly regulated, so the data generated from the clinical trial sites should be scientifically valid data. And as I said in the title of the rules, that is the new drugs and the clinical trial rules. So first of all, before I'll go into the salient features of the rules, the most important word is the clinical trial. First, we should understand what is clinical trial legally. So clinical trial is a systematic study. The word, each and every word in this definition is very, very important. So as you know, many people will do a lot of studies. Maybe some 3-4 doctors will conduct some study on particular issue, or otherwise single doctor also conduct the study that is off-label claims, or otherwise how the food effect, or otherwise how the when you combine the two drugs, how the efficacy is there. So they will conduct the as a study. These are not considered as a clinical trials. And even for your post-graduation or your PhD or any other purpose, you also conduct studies on various drugs or therapies. They are not considered as a clinical trial. So clinical trial means it should be a systematic study. Systematic study here means the trial has to be conducted with the approval of the regulator. There should be a protocol. There should be an informed consent form. There should be an information brochure. There should be an ethics committee. There should be a clinical monitor. There should be an investigator. So that means it should be everything is as per the GCP norms. So that is as per the systematic study. And study of what? So study of a new drug. That means if somebody want to do the clinical trial of an existing drug, for example, say paracetamol 500 milligram. So paracetamol 500 milligram is already approved drug. It is not a new drug. So no clinical trial are permitted to conduct on paracetamol 500 milligram for antipyretic activity. Unless if somebody will come up with any new therapy, I mean, instead of antipyretic activity, if somebody tomorrow prove that the paracetamol is going to have any other indication also, then it will become a new drug. But for the same strength, same dosage form, same activity, the clinical trials are not permitted to conduct. That's why clinical trials are permitted only for the new drugs or investigational new drugs. So investigational new drug means is that drug which is nowhere approved, not only in India, globally also it is not approved. Still, it is in the during the clinical trial. And this clinical trial of this new drug in humans, if somebody is doing the any trial in animals, that is not considered as a clinical trial. So that's why this study should be in human and mainly to generate the data on safety, efficacy, or tolerance of the drug. So that's why clinical trial is a systematic study of a new drug or investigational new drug in human to generate data on safety, efficacy, or tolerance of the drug. So that's why the clinical trials are initiated only after obtaining the permission from the Central Licensing Authority, that is in the CDSCO, as well as approval of that local ethics committee. And this slide talks about gives idea about what is a new drug. So because of, I said in the clinical trial title itself, new drug and clinical trial rules. So that's why we should understand what is a new drug. So new drug, it is a multiple definitions are there. First is with respect under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules, especially the new drugs and clinical trial rules. A new drug means it may be a drug not being approved in India. It may be approved outside India. For example, USA and other countries, the drug may be approved, but it is not yet approved in India. So if somebody want to introduce the drug in India, this drug will become a new drug. So wherever the first time new drug to be introduced, then it is follows. It is the link with the clinical trials. And second definition is it may be a approved drug, but for new indication. So for example, if you see aspirin. So aspirin earlier it may be approved as an analgesic, but later on aspirin is also for the platelet purpose in the cardiovascular as a cardiovascular drug is also used. That means it is a new indication. So if somebody want to introduce that any particular drug for a new indication, then it will become a new drug or even new route of administration. If the drug is available in the form of a tablets oral route, if somebody want to introduce into the parenteral route, then it is also a new drug. Even new dosage, like for example, the paracetamol 500 milligram is approved. If somebody want to manufacture paracetamol 700 milligram, which is not yet approved, so then paracetamol 700 milligram tablet will also become a new drug and the new dosage form. And the third is even fixed dose combinations also a new drug. If you combined more than one drug, maybe individually both the drugs are approved, but when you combine, then it will become a new drug. For that again, permission from the CDSCO is required. And third is all novel drug delivery systems like transdermal patches, liposomals, or ocular products. So all these products are always a new drug. Similarly, vaccines, recombinant DNA, living modified organisms, monoclonal antibodies, stem cells, stem cell derived products, gene therapeutic products, and xenograft. So all this also falls under the category of new drugs. But if you see the first three category of new drugs, which is in a black color, so they are remain in new drug for a period of 4 years from the date of first approval. For example, 1st January 2025, the drug is approved. From that date up to 4 years, this will remain a new drug in India. So during this time, if any subsequent manufacturer required the permission, again he has to come to the CDSCO for getting the permission for the new drug. After 4 years, then this drug is no more a new drug. Then the subsequent manufacturers can directly go to the local state licensing authorities to get a manufacturing permission. But whereas last two categories of drugs, the 4-year clause is not applicable. They are remain a new drug at any time. So the investigational new drug means a new chemical or a biological entity or a substance that has not been approved. This is very important. That has not been approved for marketing as a drug in any country. So then it will attract the definition of an IND, that is investigational new drug. In any country is very important. And I think you are from the academic institutions, from medical college, so you may be also conducting the academic clinical trials. So this slide will give idea about the difference between what is clinical trial, what is academic clinical trial. So for the clinical trial, the permission from the Central Licensing Authority, CLA, is required. For academic clinical trial, no permission is required from the CLA. I hope it is clear to all of you. So that, but in academic clinical trials, they are not permitted to conduct on a new drug, okay, or any investigational new drug. Academic clinical trials are permitted only on approved drug, but intended solely for academic research purpose for new indication or new route of administration, new dosage form, and new dose. So as I said, the example, for example, if somebody want to manufacture paracetamol 700 milligram, which is not yet approved, which is a new dose. So then this type of academic trials are permitted. If any new route of administration or a new indication of the approved drug, then academic clinical trials are permitted. But the data generated during the academic clinical trial, they are not for submission to the regulators. So based upon the academic clinical trial, no approval will be granted. For example, if any MD medicine student had done some study as a part of the academic session, so if we got some good results also from that study, so that MD medicine thesis is not, the data is not supposed to be submitted to the regulators for any approval, because of the data generated is not a systematic study data. So in the clinical trial definition, it is stated that data should be generated systematically. And another is the data which is generated during the academic clinical trial is not for promotional purpose. Means if any one particular doctor conducted some study on 10 patients, if he got some good results on a particular drug, the doctor should not tell other doctors, or that he should not, promote that particular drug for that particular purpose. So that's why the data generated is also not for promotional purpose. And ethics committee is approval required for academic clinical trial. And in case of any injury or any adverse events or any death, in case of academic clinical trial, compensation has to be paid as per the national guidelines of the ICMR. And some people have any doubt whether it is academic clinical trial or whether it attracts the clinical trial, then in that case, they can approach the CDSCO for any clarification. For the academic clinical trial, any research purpose, whatever research you are doing in your medical college, not as a part of a clinical trial, then the regulation of biomedical and health research guidelines are applicable. So the BHR is to be conducted in accordance with the national ethical guidelines for biomedical and health research involving the human participants by ICMR. So here the ethics committee of the BHR, that is biomedical and health research of the ICMR, permission is required, and that ethics committee has to be registered with the ICMR, and they are only deals with the non-regulatory studies and trials. And the academic, that particular trial, research trial is overseen by the ethics committee, which has approved that trial. And as I said earlier, even in case of any serious adverse event, that compensation is applicable, and it is dealt by the ethics committee. So in case of a certain drugs, we will conduct the accelerated approval. That means, for example, during the COVID pandemic time, we have approved COVID vaccines, COVID diagnostic kits, or various COVID therapeutic drugs also on at the accelerated fast track basis, because of our regulation itself permits the accelerated approval. Even sometimes, as all of you know, generally clinical trials are conducted in the 4 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and 4. After phase 3, the marketing authorization will be generally granted. But in case of accelerated approval, even marketing approval can be granted based upon even just a phase 2 trial data. Even without the phase 3 data also, marketing authorization can be granted, provided if there is a remarkable efficacy observed in phase 2 clinical trial. And second is, in case of for serious life-threatening conditions of a disease or unmet medical needs, or when there is no any alternatives available for a disease, then there is a also accelerated approval of that particular drug. In that case, there is also provision for waiver of the clinical trial also. Even surrogate endpoints also shall be considered, which are reasonably likely to predict the clinical benefit. And phase 4 clinical trial mandatory to validate the anticipated clinical benefit whenever any accelerated approval is granted by any waiver. So this slide talks about the salient features of the new drugs and clinical trial rules. this is the first time in the rules we made the provisions for online portal. So all applications will receive through online. Applications are submitted through online. The review of applications taking place also through online, and approvals are also granted online. So this is a completely paperless activity for implementation of the NDCT rules. That means if anybody want to conduct a clinical trial for the permission purpose, they can apply to the CDSCO through online. And in the rules, there is a provision for waiver of local clinical trials, which are already approved in the country specified. Under these rules, we have identified the 5 countries, that is USA, Canada, Europe, European Union, Australia, and Japan. If the drug is already approved there, for certain, in case of not all categories, in case of certain categories of drugs, that local clinical trial can be waived off. Based upon the data available in other countries, we can approve in India without initiating the local clinical trials. And in these rules, we also have a special provisions for orphan drugs. So as you are all aware that these orphan drugs are mainly used to treat the rare diseases. So under these rules, we have defined what is a rare disease, where if the number of patients are less than 5 lakh in India, total number of patients of a particular disease is less than 5 lakhs, then that is called a rare disease. So the drugs which are used for rare disease, they are the orphan drugs. So there, in this case also, there is a provision for the waiver of trials, and even there is no fees required for getting the permissions. So there are a lot of provisions have been included for the orphan drugs. And first time legally also we made a provision on the law, established the subject expert committee. So this subject expert committee consisting of that particular therapeutic category doctors. So for example, if the drug is a cardiovascular drug, so that committee is consisting of the cardiologists from the various government medical institutes and medical colleges, only government doctors. They are part of the subject expert committee. So they review the safety and efficacy data generated during the clinical trial, and they will give the opinion for the approval of the drug. So this is also one of the provision we have been incorporated. And as I said earlier, there is a provision for accelerated approval and expedited review process. And there is also it is a mandatory to register all clinical trials under the Clinical Trial Registry of India. It is a before you initiate any clinical trial, the trial has to be registered under the Clinical Trial Registry. So there is also a provision for import of a new drug for personal use. So no registration certificate or import license is required. See, for example, if any new drug for particular, say, cancer, breast cancer, for example, it is available in USA. It is not yet available in India. So that import license can be granted for personal use only based upon the prescription issued by the doctor, only for that particular patient only. It is not for commercial use. So the patient can import from the USA for the unapproved drug in India for that particular therapeutic category. And there is also a provision for the government hospitals can import a new drug which have not been permitted in India. See, in case of any pandemics, anything, for example, the drug is not available in India. If the drug is, for example, say COVID time. So we have permitted some drugs used by the government hospitals in case of any emergency without even getting the marketing authorization. In this NDCT rules, there is also a provision for pre and post submission. That means before submission of the application, the applicant can approach the CDSCO for any guidance on the regulations and the regulatory requirements for the conduct of clinical trials. There is a provision for that. I think students also can utilize this opportunity. And there is a provision for accreditation of the investigator and clinical trial sites. And there is also a separate provision, as we discussed, for academic clinical trials. And there is also a provision for post-trial access. That means once the clinical trial is completed, if that particular patient still require that particular drug to be used, the clinical trial subject drug, that is an investigational product, that sponsor has to provide that drug on recommendation of investigator and ethics committee, even before the marketing authorization is granted. And there is also provision for manufacture of unapproved drug, unapproved new drug for the treatment of patients in government hospitals. And very important is now under the NDCT rules, there is a provision for medical management and compensation. So in case of any serious adverse event, any death or any injury, the sponsor has to provide a medical management as well as compensation as per the rules. And there is also a provision for inspection of clinical trial sites and ethics committee. So CDSCO on need-based or any risk wherever there is a risk involved. For example, the clinical trials is happening in your college. So the CDSCO can inspect anytime the clinical trial site as well as the ethics committee as a part of the NDCT rules. So with this, I'll make a conclude this last slide for me. So the new drugs and clinical trial rules have been framed by the government mainly to promote scientific and ethical clinical research in India and to promote innovation of a new medicine. And as I said, the basic principles of the GCP is to protect rights, safety, and well-being of subjects. The NDCT rules also to provide compensation in case of injury or a death, and it will promote the accessibility of a new drug. And finally, it will provide predictability and accountability in the regulation with these new drugs, with these NDCT rules. So with this, thank you very much for your active participation and listening. And I hope if you have any doubts, please let me know. Thank you. Over to you. Dr. Rajesh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time, and I hope the participants have been got the benefit listening from the horse's mouth. Who better than you can explain these rules, because daily you are managing all these affairs and giving approvals to so many trials. Thankfully, with you, I am being part of the committees where we are able to see how meticulously these approvals are being monitored, which different kind of combination people are coming. But yes, look, keeping all the specialists and expert into the picture, we are taking care of scientific and justified rationale of approval of these trials. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Any questions, participants? Dr. Nagaraja, is there any question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll be having one formal inaugural function, a short inaugural function, which is in a hybrid mode.
Yeah. So can we do it after 10 minutes?
Okay,
Can
sir.
have a small bio breaks,
ठीक है,
and after that we can have it so that we organize it in a proper manner, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay, thank
Dr. Reddy.
Thank you,
And
Dr. Rajesh.
and if your time permits, please be at inaugural function.
So let me see. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
A small some instructions. We have passed on the registration forms. Some of you have already filled. Those who have not filled, please fill that form and you can submit in the registration counter. And you can take the food coupons also from there. Okay. So after this, after a small 5 minutes break, we'll be having the inauguration. After that, we'll be having the group photo. Then you can do the registration process. Tea break is there. Then after that, the next session will be starting. Yes. Yeah. That's wonderful. Hmm? Hmm? ಸುದರ್ಶನ್
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಐತ್ರಿ
ಹ್ಮ್?
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಐತ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ
ಇಲ್ರಿ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ
ಸುದರ್ಶನ್
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು
ನಿಖಿತ ಕಡೆ ಇದೈತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸಿವಿಗಳು ಅದಾವ ನಿಖಿತಾ come on.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಂತ ನೋಡಿ.
ये करो हाँ। कुछ फर्स्ट स्लाइड है क्या नहीं क्या डायरेक्टली सभी वही है
Sir, what? Sir,
ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್
hello. आती है, आती है, आती है, आती है, नौकरी।
किसको बुला रहे हैं
आती है, आती है.
हाँ?
Sir, Slesha Sasi is going to be
हाँ,
there.
then अभी ये लोग जा रहे देखो
So she was supposed to give the introduction.
आणि कोर्स शेअरिंग हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है
So
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ है इधर है
banner, banner नहीं है sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ರಿ
ಐ ಪಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಮಾಡಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲೇನೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಏನ್ರ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಫೋಟೋ
ಈಗ ಕೈಶರ್ ಆಗ್ತೈತೆ right now
पार्टिसिपेट करून घ्या मग नंतर सांगतो ते काय अर्जंट नाही आहे ते घ्यायचं.
Copy ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ.
त्याचा काय लोगो नाही आहे, लोगो अजून केलं
ಅಲ್ಲಿ
नाही.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದ್ಲ
ರೇಟ್ ಇಟ್ರಾಗ
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all today. My name is Lesha Chavan, and I'm honored to be here with such an amazing group of people. Today, we have gathered here for Good Clinical Practice workshop, and I'm excited for the insightful decisions and experiences we'll share together. Thank you for being here. Now, I request Dr. Nagraj sir to introduce today's speakers.
Please check whether online they have joined. Madam, please.
Good morning, all.
Rajesh sir, can you
Yeah.
hear us?
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, Dr. Nagaraja, introduction is being done by you or me?
Sir, you will be doing.
Okay, perfectly fine. So, good morning, all. I welcome you all for this conference on pre-conference on GCP, and I welcome all participants and dignitaries on dais. I welcome respected Director Professor Dr. Dheeraj Shah sir, Professor Dr. Miramika ma'am, Dr. Mubasir, Dr. Mahapatru, dignitaries on dais, Dr. Nagaraja, other colleagues, and each one of the participants. I request Mubasir ma'am to give a brief introduction about the course.
Okay. Mubashir madam is busy in some
Okay, no issues, no issues. I'll take it from here.
the workshop. Hmm?
I'll take it from here, no issues. So, I'm thrilled and honored to have you all here today to learn and share knowledge and experience on this critical aspects of clinical research. This important training course brings together inquisitive academicians, ethics committee members, investigators, clinical research professionals, PG students, and various stakeholders. Sarvebhya sukhina santu, sarve santu niramaya. सर्वे भद्राणी पश्यन्तु माँ कश्चित दुखम भाग भवेत. अर्थात सभी सुखी रहें, सभी स्वस्थ रहें, सभी भलाई को देखें और किसी को भी दुख ना हो. This is the basic principle of humanity and hence of the GCP. I can congratulate personally each one of the participants for taking this initial step towards your journey of learning about the conduct of ethical clinical research in India. Your presence here today demonstrates your intent, dedication, and commitment for upholding the highest standards of scientific and ethical clinical research, and your concern towards ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of selfless clinical trial participants. I'm sure by now most of us will be aware about the importance of GCP, that is good clinical practices, or at least we have heard about it. We all recognize the important role that clinical research plays in advancing medical science, improving healthcare outcomes, and finally saving lives. We all have somewhere someday consumed some medication or received some treatment or given some treatment. That could have been possible because that medication or treatment has undergone a rigorous clinical trial and has been found superior to its alternatives, and it should have been done following the principles of GCP. Thus, in turn, we all have been exposed to and are related to the clinical research. We all have been somewhere practiced and experienced clinical research as a healthcare worker or as a patient ourselves. It is estimated that one successful drug molecule or moiety is discovered after around 10 to 15,000 unsuccessful molecules. We tweak molecules, we do combination changes, and out of 15,000 molecules, only one is successful drug molecule. And it takes around investment of 1 billion USD. And this process takes somewhere between 10 to 15 years. GCP now is considered so important and essential that National Medical Commission has made it mandatory for all the medical postgraduates. And I'm able to see the translation of this regulation, how many postgraduates are here with us. Good clinical practices are the backbone of clinical research, providing a framework for conducting trials that are safe, efficient, and compliant with the regulatory requirement. As India is known as the pharmacy of the world, because it's a major supplier of affordable medicines and vaccines to whole world, and it continues to emerge as a major hub for clinical research. It's essential that we prioritize GCP training and capacity building for our researchers, investigators, and research site staff. NIHFW is an Apex Institute, which is basically dedicated for the capacity building of healthcare workers in India. Compliance with guidelines of GCP produced by the International Conference of Harmonization is the minimum standards for conducting clinical research in a manner to provide public assurance, safeguard, right safety and well-being of involved participants, and generate reliable and valid data. GCP is essential for designing, conducting, performing, monitoring, auditing, recording, analyzing, and reporting each and every step of clinical trials. It is guiding principle about the roles and responsibility of all the stakeholders, including investigators, monitors, sponsors, ethical committees, regulatory bodies, DSMBs, independent data monitoring committees, and in the last but not the least, the selfless contributor, that is, the volunteer subjects, the trial participants. Today, we will delve into the fundamentals of GCP, explore topics such as informed consent, NDCT, protocol development, data management, and adverse event reporting. Few of the aspects we have already covered. This training aims at enhancing your understanding of GCP principles and guidelines, equip you with the practical skills and knowledge to apply GCP in your daily work, to understand the role of various stakeholders related to clinical research. To our participants, I encourage you to engage actively in the discussion, ask questions, and share your experiences. This training course is a unique opportunity for networking, learning, and growth, and we are excited to have you on board. We have faculties all across India, ranging from industry to CRO to regulators. We have already heard Deputy DCGI Dr. Ishwar Reddy. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Director Sir, who is always there as a guide and mentor to help us in any kind of support needed. Due to his support and encouragement, we had trained around 600 stakeholders this year. I would like to acknowledge the support of the team of KLE, specifically Dr. Mubasir and Dr. Sucheta, without support of whom this training course would not have been possible. I'd like to leave you with a quote from the Indian Medical Council Regulations 2002, which says, "A physician shall respect the rights of patients, colleagues and the health professionals and safeguard patient confidence within the constraints of the law." Once again, I'll welcome you for this pre-conference on GCP. Not taking much time, I'll hand over the mic and I'll request our respected director, Professor Dr. Dheeraj Shah sir, to say few words and encourage the participants. Over to you.
I think, is it possible to unshare this slide which is projected?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your words.
So should I speak with the slide on, or are you unsharing it?
Dr. Devesh, please unshare the slide.
So, I congratulate Indian Public Health Association for and wish them all the best for the whole conference, PACON 2025, and as well as I congratulate them and the team of NIHFW to do a collaborative workshop on good clinical practices. As you all know that research is an important component of the progress for any country, and when the research is to be done, it has to follow the principles of ethics, as well as it has to have quality which quality of not only the data, but also the quality of the research proposal, quality of the research products, the quality of monitoring, and the quality of reporting. So, so it is very important. And now, as all of you know, that now it is mandatory for all public health people and all students enrolled in various postgraduate courses in the under the National Medical Council curriculum. Medical courses, they have to mandatorily undergo this training on good clinical practices. So it is heartening to know that there are more than 85 participants, although I cannot see them. So I wish all of you that you learn from this GCP workshop the principles of ethics, principles of research, as well as the how to ensure quality in research. Although these principles seem to apply to clinical trials, but in general, these principles are true for any kind of research, whether you talk of ethical principles, whether you talk of an institutional ethics committee, whether you talk of proper protocol, written informed consent, all these principles hold true for simplest kind of research, epidemiological research as well. So this workshop is important for all who may not be doing clinical trials. So at least they would be doing some kind of research, being public health personnel as part of their postgraduate dissertation, and those who are faculty, they would be guiding as supervisors, and those who are involved in research, whether public health research or clinical research. These principles are very important, and I'm sure that learning from today will help them to follow ethical path of research, as well as to ensure the quality in the research they do. With these words, I once again thanks the organizers for calling me for the workshop, and I once again apologize for not being able to participate physically. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your support always and the words of wisdom. I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Mirambika ma'am for further coordination from the dais.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. The next to physically we have here with us Dr. Rajiv Tandon sir, and also Dr. Mirambika madam, and Dr. Vasanti Jirge madam. So I request Dr. Vasanti Jirge, who is the professor in Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, Vishwanath Katti Institute of Dental Sciences, Belagavi, to introduce our guests for today with their CVs.
A very good morning to you all. I came in here to this workshop today to learn more about good clinical practices. And as the day proceeded, I find myself being given this very nice task of introducing two very luminous personalities in their field. So Dr. Mirambika Mahapatra. She's currently a professor and head of social sciences at the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare at New Delhi. And well, considering their stature and the affiliations, the CV is going to be running many, many pages. But then thankfully, the organizers have given me highlights of her accomplishments. She has authored numerous studies on domestic violence, including its risk factors, health consequences, and coping mechanisms among affected women in India. She has led randomized control trials assessing the impact of behavioral intervention packages on the quality of life of pregnant women experiencing domestic violence. Actively involved in training courses at the NIHFW, such as the training course on active aging and well-being for healthcare professionals. She has also co-convened a panel at the 19th IUAES WAU World Anthropology Congress in 2023, focusing on biosocial variations in mental health and gender-based violence. She has also published extensively in national and international journals with a focus on gender, women's empowerment, and domestic violence and health. Madam, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Thank you for being here with us today. Our next resource person is Dr. Rajiv Tandon. And we happened to interact briefly before we came up onto the stage. And I found that he's quite an accomplished person. He has been actively, he's a pediatrician and a neonatologist. And more recently, he has gone into public health. So, Sir is an executive director at the Health Continuum, formerly the health director at Research Triangle Institute in India. He's an adjunct and visiting adjunct visiting faculty for pediatrics and public health at Kaher, Belgavi, that is our institution here, and at Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences and Datta Meghe Institute of Medical Sciences at Wardha. Sir is a global advocate and practitioner in public health and nutrition with over 40 years of clinical and community experience. He's an MD Pediatrics from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Fellow of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, National Neonatal Forum, Indian Academy of Preventive and Social Medicine, causa honoris. He has coordinated consensus building for policy reform across multiple stakeholders and constituency groups. Through coalitions of neglected tropical diseases, Parliamentarians Group for Malaria Elimination, and RMNCAH Coalition, Partnership for Maternal and Newborn Child Health and Sustainable Nutrition Security. He's also an advisor at the Society for Vector Ecology in the Indian region, and he's a chair, Independent Ethics Committee of APAR Health Sciences. And what I also understood about Sir is that he's an enthusiast of music, and he likes interacting with some random strangers like me seated in the audience. So I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you for sparing valuable time, and Madam Dr. Mirambika for coming here and being with us. And welcome once again.
Thank you, madam, for introducing today's guests. Now I request Dr. Vasanthi Jirge, madam, to present the memento for today's guests, Dr. Rajiv Tandon, sir. I also request to present a memento to Mirambika, madam, Dr. Mirambika Mahapatra, madam. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Rajiv Tandon to share his words for today's function.
Good morning, friends. It really gives me a great pleasure to be here in Belagavi at KLE. As was mentioned, I've had the honor of coming here as a visiting faculty occasionally. I started my engagement with your absolutely esteemed organization and institution through late Professor Kotkarni, who was a person who I looked up to and respected a lot. Also, I'd like to put on record my sincere thanks to the organizers of IPHA Con for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. When we talk of good clinical practices, and all of you and a particular time will become clinicians, possibly researchers, go into different areas of human health, to ensure that you remain informed, and if you do have to engage, know what good clinical practices means and mandates is absolutely imperative. I really like the way the organizers, Professor Dheeraj Shah, and I think it was Professor Rajesh, conveyed an overview of what GCP actually mandates. My two bits that I can add is in today's day and time, specifically in a country as large as India, and we heard that India is also something like a pharmaceutical capital, the pressures from various areas, and it could be industry, it could be the need to bring out a newer drug for a particular situation. There's a big discussion on what is called AMR, where now lots of times you're finding situations where drug resistance has reached a point where the clinicians don't know how to handle it. There may be need for newer antimicrobial drugs, newer chemotherapeutic drugs, newer different age cohort drugs. We are aware that earlier we were considered a very young population. Everybody used to talk of demographic dividend. Now we have suddenly started realizing that we also have a very large aging population. Something called silver dividend is being talked of. So in this whole environment where there would be pressures to ensure that only appropriately approved through the regulatory pathway, chemical drugs, non-chemical products for human health are brought to be available to clinicians like you, you have to be champions for good clinical practices. As was mentioned in the overview, the whole process has to be ethical. You have to ensure that there is never a conflict of interest of people who are engaged in this whole process of regulation, of reviewing, of ensuring the research of the whole trial. On the other side, you have to definitely ensure patient safety, safety of every person who's agreed to volunteer to be a part of this trial. You have to ensure that what you are doing is also done in an absolute responsive way to what the national regulatory organizations like the Drug Controller General of India, the Food Security and Safety Association of India mandate. And while this is all being done, you also have to ensure that this entire pathway is done in a cost-effective, timely, with quality manner. So it's absolutely fantastic that GCP is now a part of the curriculum. I'm aware of KLE and I'm aware of your great institution, the wonderful teachers that you have, and all of you will possibly one day be in different positions in different organizations across the country or possibly beyond. And this is something that you have to champion throughout your career. So with these few words, I want to once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I've also come here to really get more informed and learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd request Dr. Mirambika Mahapatro for the vote of thanks.
Good morning. It's really a privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Director NIHFW. Already Director Sir, Professor Dheeraj Shah, and Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, the coordinator of this the pre-conference program, they have set the context already. And you have already seen and observed and witnessed few of the lectures. And we have some I think 4 sessions. Isn't it 4 sessions? So we are really thankful to all of you. And let me tell you, in the past few decades, what we have witnessed is that the growing interest to do research. And also we have created a large corpus of knowledge in different fields, whether it is implementation research or descriptive research or interventional research, though that is little low. It is more important that what already our directors have said about ensuring the quality of the research. And let me tell you one of the experiences when I heard about our Honorable Prime Minister talking about when he visited Kanyakumari, he said about that Tiruvulluvar, that Kural, and I'm not pronouncing probably the right word of this epic, but I didn't know about that. It is a 2000 years old epic that we have. And one of the Kurul on leadership quality is all about acquire, produce, conserve, and dispense. And if you have knowledge, if you can sail the ship with the leadership quality properly and through safety, with safety and also, the quality. And if you can do the risk and benefit analysis, which is the core of any research ethic, and giving value and respect to the people they are involved in, I think you will be able to share everything. Like if it is whether a ship or a research, it will be valued always. Thank you all, and we are really thankful to the organizing committee for giving us the platform for this today's event. And we are really thankful to Dr. Rajiv Tandon to be with us and addressing us, Dr. Basanta for making it possible. And last but not the least, our director, Professor Dheeraj Shah, who is a pillar of strength and because of whom we are able to do whatever we intend to do. Thank you all for sparing time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam. Here we come for the end of the inaugural function. Soon we'll be having a group photo on the stairs. After the group photo, I'll just confirm whether the presenter is waiting. If the and I'll just inform you. Just give me 2 minutes.
Dr. Devesh is waiting, sir. So after photographs, we can start.
Pardon me, sir?
Dr. Devesh is waiting, sir. After photographs, we can start the session.
Okay. It'll take for us 5 to 10 minutes for the
No
photograph.
issues, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Please join for the photograph on the stairs. The next session will be by Dr. Devesh Gupta. He'll be speaking on role of regulatory bodies. Is sir online? Has he joined?
Yes, sir is online. I'll just ask him.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome, Dr. Devesh. Dr. Devesh, yeah, Dr. Devesh is a very old friend. Sir is a stalwart in the field of clinical research. Sir have been worked with various big pharma companies, including Panacea, Ranbaxy. Sir was principal for ICRI, and Sir is currently working as associate professor in Department of Neuropsychopharmacology, IBHAS. I have been very fortunate to work with Sir earlier. Welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Rajesh, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank IPHA Con organizers for so I will straight away come to the point that role of drug regulations, regulatory body. Is it, I think.
Sir, it is
Okay.
visible. It is
Okay,
visible.
okay. So role of drug regulatory agency. Basically, our regulatory bodies are they're supporters. Like the regulatory bodies, they are doing a lot of work, and because of these regulations, we the medicines which are available, and we have the best of the best medicines which are available in India. So this is because of our regulatory bodies, and they're not the watchdogs. Basically, they support us, they guide us, they regulate us. So we will just I will just put forward the points where what is their role and how they support and how they update. So prepare and maintain regulations. So regulatory bodies, they establish and update regulations that govern the development, manufacturing, testing, and marketing of pharmaceuticals and medical devices. So we have been seeing like since 70, 80 years that there has been a lot of regulatory updates are there. There are a lot of regulations have come up because of the old tragedies. You must have heard that thalidomide tragedy, and before that the Nazis experiments. So many things were there, and because of all these things, the ethics regulations have come up, and they have become more stringent. And the regulators they make sure that we follow, like the researchers follow these regulations. And there has been regular updates are there on time to time. The amendments are there time to time. The updates are there, and in our regulations, there has been the NDCT rule has been earlier it was Schedule Y in Indian regulations. Now it is NDCT rule. So we will discuss in the later part of this presentation. And they govern the development, like development of the drugs, research. Basically, it's like any molecule which is there. It has to be developed. It has to go through certain phases, and the different testings are being done. So there's a drug development process is there. And in the brief introduction, Dr. Rajesh already told that it takes around 10 to 12 years for drug development, and there's billions of dollars are being spent, and that too of an uncertainty. Like you're now not sure from industry point of view, that they are not sure whether their the drug will be whether their molecule will be approved or not. So there's a lot of stake is involved, and out of 4,000, 5,000, only one molecule becomes a hit and come to the market. So, and this all process is governed by the all development is governed by the rules and regulations of that particular region, or if it is for international, so their international guidelines are there, ICH GCPs are there, Indian GCPs are there. So this is the function of regulatory bodies. They prepare and they maintain the regulations. Manufacturing, like again, for manufacturing of any product, so there are certain guidelines are there, GMPs are there, good manufacturing practices are there, so that has to be followed. The testing of the drugs, testing of the labels, testing in the labs, and so many things are there. The SOPs, their requirements, the guidelines are there. And marketing of pharmaceuticals, then it's not that the drug is approved and come to the market. So even if it comes to the market, then again they follow, they have certain criteria there that the drug can sustain the market, and the periodic safety audit reports are being submitted by the industry or the people, or the concerned people. And again, the medical device also comes under drug regulations. There has been development in medical device regulations in 2017. The updates have been given, and there have been different categories are there in which the medical devices are being like classified, and accordingly the clinical trials are being done on the medical devices. So here basically it's the regulations. A regulatory body is very important, and a robust regulatory body of a country is the, I will say, the backbone of the clinical research. Because if you have a robust system, then our regulators made to follow those regulations, and if we are doing the research in a regulated way, definitely it is credible, the quality is there, and we get best of the best medicines. Coming to drug discovery again, the regulatory bodies provide guidance. As I said, their guidance is there, and they facilitate preclinical testing to assess drugs' potential efficacy and safety before testing. So any molecule, any drug which is hit, which is a lead compound, that always is preclinically tested. And there again, the guidelines are there for preclinical testing, like on whom on which animals these can be tested, there are different categories of animals are there initially, on which animals it can be tested. With that, those animals are being sacrificed, and the effects on their body parts or everything is seen, the adverse effects are being seen. Then it goes to the next set of animals, the higher animals, I will say. So again, this preclinical testing, again, there are many regulations are there, the chronic toxicity, acute toxicity, there are different sort of studies are being done, how many animals are to be taken, or what is the potential dose that can be injected. So calculation of those, all these regulations are there, which we have to follow. And then when we get all this data, then this data is submitted to the regulatory bodies. And again, this is the process of development. Accordingly, we get to the next step. So this is what is the preclinical testing is being done. Then comes, and this again, as the whole process takes around 10 to 12 years minimum. So this preclinical testing usually takes 2 to 3 years. The regulatory bodies, they control, they conduct and regulate the phases studies in clinical research. So regulatory bodies oversee clinical trials, ensure ethical conduct and scientific rigor. They review the approved study protocols, informed consent forms, and other essential documents before the trial begins. Basically, initially there is a preclinical phase is there in which the animals are being tested. Then after preclinical, everything is okay. Then comes the clinical phase. So in clinical phase, we have different phases of clinical trials, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for these regulations are there, regulatory bodies, they oversee for each and every phase that for each and every trial, the regulatory approval is required. And they also ensure the ethical conduct with scientific rigor. And time to time, our regulatory bodies, they ask the researchers to come over there and present their research. Or whenever they submit the data, they ask, there's different subject expert committees are there, in which regulatory bodies ask the different experts from the different institutes. So and they have all the regulations in the sense that they have different forms are there, different application forms are there, which needs to be submitted, and each and every step is very much regulated. I will say our Indian regulations are very much regulated as compared to like initial years, and everything is online. Like you need not to go many times. Only for final things you need to go over there. Even in the subject expert committees, you need not to go over there and present. Like you can present online. As I am taking the advantage also of presenting this online. And there are many regulations are there which you need to follow, and they approve the study protocols, the data, everything is submitted. That there's a whole lot of bunch of documents is being submitted to the regulatory bodies. Informed consent forms, they're they're very important forms are there, patient information sheet. And there again, there are a lot of documents are there, essential documents before the trial begins. There's a whole list of documents in ICH GCP. So you can go over there and at ichgcp.org website. In this, the E6 guidelines are there, and there the list of essential documents is there. And in this essential documents, there are pre-trial documents, during the trial documents, after the trial documents. And all these are essential documents, and the regulatory bodies, they can come anytime and they can inspect the documents. So this whole process is require a lot of coordination and communication. Then comes, if everything goes okay, then comes the drug approval. Drug approval, regulatory bodies evaluate the data submitted by the pharmaceutical companies and decide whether to approve a drug for marketing and use. Approval is granted only if the benefits outweighs risk and the quality standards are met. So, as it's a continuous process. It's not that once a drug is approved, is always approved. So, initially, first it has to be approved, and if regulatory bodies they think that the data is not enough, they need some more data, then they can ask the pharmaceutical company or the researcher to produce the more data. They give the time, and they critically evaluate all the data, the adverse events, the serious adverse events related to that particular drug or the medicine. So and in the last, if the benefits are outweighs the risk and the quality standards are met, the drug approval is given. Before that, as I said, this is a long process. It's not that here you will say it's just written in 2-3 lines, but it takes long time, 10 years, 12 years, and that too of the uncertainty, because a molecule can behave at you never know how the molecule will behave. So researchers, the companies, they have to be patient regarding research and follow the standards. Regulatory bodies, the drug evaluation, that is the same thing. The regulatory bodies critically review the preclinical and clinical trial data, as I just said, to assess the safety, efficacy, and the quality data submitted by the pharmaceutical companies. After the regulatory bodies, they have critically evaluated the data submitted. There's a product labeling and packaging. Regulatory bodies mandate the accurate and informative labeling and packaging, provide essential information about the drug. So basically, as a industry, as a pharmaceutical industry, or as a researcher, if I go to the regulatory body, so I go with a certain a certain label that yes, this drug will be used for that certain disease, or it's not that the use. It's not that we are using for we are claiming for one use, then say okay, this can be used for another another disease. If it is such, then the label has to be changed. It has to be added in the label. And for labeling, then again you have to do a clinical study or a clinical research study to prove that that particular drug is also effective in that particular indication. So the labels are very much important, and even in cases of insurances also the labels are important, because if a drug is being used out of the label, then you may not get the insurance at all. So there are many regulations are associated with this. So it's product labeling and packaging is very important, and only the drug should be used as per the label. If it is off label, then it becomes the responsibility of that particular investigator regarding the side effects. In that case, the pharmaceutical industry, the pharmaceutical company may not be responsible. So regulatory bodies, they set standards for the drug quality. So it's a continuous process. Drug regulatory authorities, they set standards again to ensure that the drug meets certain quality requirements are there. There are international, national, the guidelines are there to set the quality. They keep the watch, the quality assurance, quality checks are there. And again, very important, the regulatories, they have to cooperate with the other regulatory authorities. Drug regulatory authorities cooperate with other regulatory authorities around the world to share the information and collaborate the research. This is very important, that this is the on the basis of this ICH, International Conference of Harmonization, developed, because this is the international body in which the many countries are the member, and they share the data so that there is no duplicacy of the research, and that saves time and money. And if a research is being conducted as per the regulations, as per the standard internationally, data can be accepted, and we can start the research from then and there. There may not be the repetition may not be required, or sometimes a small clinical trial or a registry clinical trial can be done just to see the effect on that particular region population. So whole research may not be needed. So that's for this, the cooperation with the regulatory authorities is required. For Indian regulations, there is the CDSO, Central Drug Standard Control Organization. So that regulates the clinical research over here in India. And Dr. Rajiv Kumar Raghuvanshi is the current DCGI. So this is the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSO. So I will request everybody, at least after this presentation or in the evening, they should go to at least two websites, ICS.org and CDSO. Because at CDSO, ICH is International Conference on Organization, and CDSO is from Indian perspective. So in this CDSO, this is there are a lot of information is available, and this comes under the Directorate General of Health Services, DGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. It is the National Regulatory Agency, NRA of India, and it is headquartered in FDA Bhavan, that is Food and Drug Administration Bhavan in New Delhi. It has got 9 zonal offices, 7 sub-zonal offices, and 18 port offices, and 7 central laboratories with 6 mini labs spread across the country. So there's a lot of work the CDSO has to do, because seeing the population, seeing the number of Anyway, we have got, but they have got timelines. Within timelines, they have to act, and they are doing so. So the Drug and Cosmetic Act 1940 and the rules 1945 have entrusted various responsibilities to central and state regulators for regulations of drug and cosmetics. It envisages the uniform implementation of provisions of Act and rules made under the ensuring the safety, rights, and well-being of the patients by regulating the drugs and cosmetics. Basically, as I said, they make the rules and they make sure that the rules are being followed. And again, all these rules are being done for the safety, rights, and well-being of the patients. So, because the researchers the ethics, sometimes we bias and the researchers see from their own perspective, so they can be biased. But our regulatory bodies make sure that they are not biased. They ethically or critically review the data, and they also get the data reviewed by the non-technical people also, because what is their perspective, as we can see in the ethics committee, the non-technical or the lay person or that type of members, the quorum is there. So it's again it's not an easy job, but it's constantly thriving upon to bring out the transparency, accountability, and uniformity in the service in order to ensure safety, efficacy, and quality of medical product manufacture, import. As an industry people, they were going to the DCGI office and here and there approaching different people. But now it's not that, it's not like that. Their online portals are there. You just user ID, you get the user ID login, you submit your applications. Payments can also be done online. So and their different timelines are there that within that time they will revert. If they are not revert, then then the approval is granted. So that sort of timelines are there. So again, this all is being done. Is the transparency. Now they are also they are making accountable, like making accountability to the investigators, to the sponsors, to the researchers. So they are making to ethics committees. So they're bringing out the accountability on them, and again the uniformity in the service. So the uniformity has to be there so that nobody can say that there was a partiality with that or with that person or not. So uniformity has to be there. So again, everything is being done to ensure the safety and efficacy and the rights of the patients, the volunteers are being protected. So by this, we get the medical product manufactured, or if something is imported. So again, there are different criteria are there, different guidelines are there, how the products can be imported. Usually, the active pharmaceutical India APIs are being imported. Then the medicines are being made and distributed all over the country. So they make the rules and they check also the rules. There is an enforcement cell is there in the regulatory body. So the people from enforcement cell, they go for the inspection of the labs, of the industry, the CROs and all. So under the Drug and Cosmetic Act, CDSCO is responsible for approval of drugs, conduct of clinical trials, laying down the standards of drugs, control over the quality of imported drugs in the country, and coordination of the activities of the state drug control organization by providing expert advice with a view to bring out the uniformity in the enforcement of the Drug and Cosmetic Act. So again, there's a lot of coordination is required. There's a central bodies there, there's a state bodies are there, the central and state bodies are there coordinating with each other so that the uniformity can be there. CDSCO, along with state regulators, there's jointly responsible for the grant of licenses for the certain specialized category of critical drugs such as blood and blood products, IV fluids, vaccine, and serum. So again, it depends on the need. the timelines are there, but if there's an urgency, the expedited meetings can be there, expedited license can be given, expedited approvals can be given. As we can see in the case of COVID, the vaccines were given faster approval. So that depends on the demand. Otherwise, but it's not that the drugs are not being tested. They are being tested, but on the basis of critical evaluation, on the basis of need, on the basis of emergency, the approvals can be given. So our regulatories they are flexible and but they're strict that one has to follow the rules and regulations. Flexible in case of emergencies. Now coming to this NDCT rule, as I said, this is the earlier, before that, the schedule Y was there that has to be followed for clinical research. Now this for NDCT rule 2019, that is new drug and clinical trial rules. This is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has notified NDCT 2019 on 25th March 2019. The new rule aimed to promote clinical research in country and to change the regulatory landscape for the approval of new drugs and conduct of clinical trials in the country. So a lot of improvements have happened in this NDCT rule, again to bring out the transparency and smooth conduct of research in India. So this rule applies to all the new drugs, investigational new drugs for human use, clinical trial, bioequivalence studies, bioequivalence studies, and ethics committees. So there's for BAB studies, the different forms are there, and very frankly, I will say in India, yes, we are there in investigational new drugs. We are developing new molecules. Certain new molecules have also come up, but still we are majorly we are doing the trials for generic market. The major portion of our trials are done on bioequivalence and bioavailability studies, in which the healthy volunteers are being taken and the companies are manufacturing their own molecule and they are comparing it with the innovator molecule, and then they are doing the BAB studies, and on certain pharmacokinetics parameters they prove that their molecule, the molecule or the drug, I will say the medicine which they have which they produce in the lab is as good as with the innovator, and that can be done for submission into the different countries, USA, Europe, and all these countries. So majorly these trials are being conducted in India, and for that they have a separate I will say tab on CDSCO website for the bioavailability rules and regulations. There are certain guidelines are there how this has to be conducted. And again, the ethics committee, yes, ethics committee is very important. As I said, this ethics committee, they have the technical as well as non-technical. Non-technical, I will say the medical and non-medical people are there. They form the quorum of the ethics committee. And one thing is for sure, a trial cannot be conducted without ethics committee approval. A trial can be conducted without DCGI approval, but cannot be without the ethics committee approval. Without DCGI approval means like if as a company, if I am doing a clinical trial for submission to the regulatory bodies, then I have to take the permission from the regulatory bodies. Otherwise, as a researcher, as an investigator, initiated study, or as an institute, if I am the researcher, I am the investigator, I may not need the trial. If I'm not submitting for the any commercial purpose or to the regulatory bodies, then the permission is not required. But definitely, ethics committee permission is required. So one, as a researcher, I will like if the new people, new students, the postgraduates, the students are coming. So they should not take ethics committee as a burden or lightly, because nowadays ethics committees, because they are accountable for what they are approving. So if you will take lightly, then they will not give the permissions. And I've been part of certain ethics committees, and I've seen that the DNB students or the postgraduate students, they are not aware of the ethics committee, and they just submit the their protocol in unformatted protocol, patient information sheet and all. And then they ask that our protocol is not being approved and all these things. So please be sure to submit the data in organized way, to submit the forms which they are specified as they are specified. Ethics committees have their own SOPs. So you please follow those SOPs. The different timelines are there. So, and this is a requirement. This is a requirement, and this is a step. Like initially, as a PG thesis or any research, you may be doing this thing. But later on, you will gain experience, and then you will do better. So please go through these websites, CDSO. The whole lot of chapters are there in the NDCT rule, and you can go through that. The new rules, this supersedes the XA and the Schedule Y of the Drug and Cosmetic Act. As before 2019, the Schedule Y was there in existence. Now it is the NDCT rule. Now just coming to the general procedures of grant of approval to conduct clinical trials in India. Under Rule 23, when a drug is discovered in India or research and development drug are done in India, then the drug is also proposed to be marketed, manufactured and marketed in India, the application for permission of the conduct trial can be granted. Though there is a process is there, different forms are there that has to be submitted by the industry or the researcher. The Drug Control General of India, appointed by the central government, that Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, has been designated as the central licensing authority under the NDCT rule, and to act as a nodal entity for licensing and approvals of this clinical trial under these rules. So basically DCGI, like when a letter is to be given, it is signed by the DCGI, which is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and he's heading the CDSO, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, sits in the DCGI Bhavan or FDA Bhavan, that is at Kotla. And he is that person is the nodal entity for licensing and approvals. So application must make registration in the form of CT form 04. There different forms are there. CT 01, 04, I think 44, 50 forms are there for different applications are there. So for submission, for importing, for conducting clinical trial, for BV studies. So accompanied by relevant documents to the Central Licensing Authority, they are submitted online. Permission, if permission is granted, like you're submitting the form in CT 04, the permission you get in form of CT 06, and applications can be rejected if they are not complying by the rules. So again, the different data has to be uploaded. The data has to be uploaded in a different defined format. If you are not doing so, then you will not be able to go proceed further, and your application may be rejected. And within 90 days, application must be submitted with required information. Otherwise, you have to submit it again, or within the specified period as suggested by Central Licensing Authority in case of deficiency information. If the permission is granted, CT, and they need some certain information, then within the defined period, it has to be submitted to the regulatory bodies. For all these things, there are different fees is also involved. So that can also be paid online. The fees can range from 50,000 to 1 lakh, 2 lakh, depending on the, you are going for a phase 1 trial, 2 trial, or BAB study, or importing the drugs. So different forms are there. So this whole lot of information is there at CDSO website. Please make sure to go at this website. Compensation, I've just touched upon this point because compensation is a very, very important. And earlier the clarity was not there, but now there's a compensation formula is there. Under Chapter 6, everything is there in the detail. The clarity is there for any compensation. If it is there in a trial, then the investigator, they have to present that adverse event or serious adverse events to the ethics committee of that respective institute. Then the ethics committee also critically review the data and they make that sure that the compensation, that how much compensation should be there, is it as per rules or not, and then ethics committee, once they approve, then this is being submitted to the regulatory bodies, and the regulatory bodies finally they say yes, this much compensation it has to be given, and the regulatory bodies can always overrule any sort of compensation by any ethics committee or sponsor. So the most important changes brought in NDCT are related to compensation. There is chapter 6 of NDCT rule that deals with the compensation in case of any injury or death in clinical trial or bioequivalence or bioequivalence studies of new drugs or investigational new drugs. So any sort of research, whether it is a BAB study or as a clinical trial, whether it is on the new drug or the investigational new drug, or the existing drug, if it is being used for the new indication, then again that is considered as an investigation in new drug. So any sort of trial, any sort of research is there, the compensation has to be given. So compensation in case of serious adverse events and death during the clinical trials. In case of injury or death of a trial subject, the ethics committee shall forward, as I said, its reports or order on the event after due analysis, along with the opinion in the final financial compensation, if any. Usually, there is a tendency from the sponsor side to say that it is not related, and investigators also, because they have sort of fear, I don't know, they also tend to suppress the adverse events or not to report or say it is not related. But definitely now things have improved. The investigator also think ethically, and this also goes to the ethics committee, because every adverse event, every serious adverse event, they have to be submitted to the regulatory bodies, to the ethical bodies within 24 hours, and the detailed report to be submitted within 14 days. So that ethics committee, they can have their expedited meetings are there. There is a adverse event report. There is a subcommittee can be there which review the essays in the ethics committee, and a meeting can be called, and the experts from the different fields can also be called for giving their opinion, and it is critically evaluated, and finally the ethics committee decision is over prevails the sponsor or the industry, and they say it is this much compensation has to be paid by the sponsor or the CRO or its representative or the institute or the center, as case may be. And again this should be as per the chapter 6 of these rules. Complete medical management and compensation shall be provided, and details of compensation provided as such shall be intimated to the central licensing authority within 30 working days of the receipt of order issued by the central licensing authority. So basically, it's a complete. It's not only the compensation, like the complete medical management also has to be given, and it has to be sometimes there is always a question that whether usually in the private hospital setups, that whether the patient should be charged or not. So unless proved otherwise, the management has to be free. Like if ethics committee meeting takes place and it says that okay, this adverse event is not, or assay is not related to the drug, unless they say, the management should be free, because later on it can be charged. But from ethical point of view, from regulatory point of view, nothing should be charged unless it is proved that it is not related. If it is related, then obviously the complete medical management has to be free, and compensation compensation should also be given as per the insurance or as per chapter 6 of these rules. So this should be very clear. Again, the PG students are there because they take these things very lightly. This is a legal issue. This is a very critical issue, and many legal cases, the investigators, the sponsors, they can come into many different legal cases are there. and due to which they have to have the memorandum of understanding or the agreements they have to have, and they have to give the undertaking that yes, they will be compensating in case of any adverse event or serious adverse events related with that particular drug. And the compensation, the proof of compensation which has been given to the patient or patient's relatives should be intimated to the Central Licensing Authority within 30 working days. Just like DCGI, as I said, DCGI, the DCGI, current DCGI, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, he comes under central, he is heading the CDSCO and comes under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. CDSCO. So DCGI contact person is DCGI. So DCGI established a standard for manufacturing, sales, import, and distribution of drugs in India. DCGI also regulates the medical and the pharmaceutical devices, as I said. In case of any dispute with respect to quality of drugs, compensation, so DCGI is the appellate authority. So though in case of compensation, we have to intimate, but the DCGI can also, if anything comes from the legal point of view or from the sponsor point of view, then the DCGI can also review the compensation given, and accordingly the compensation can be increased or decreased, again as per Chapter 6. DCGI, they prepare and maintains the national references standards for drugs. All the rules and regulations, the SOPs, the guidelines are there. Different forms are there, which I have been discussing throughout this presentation. DCGI also ensures that there is a uniformity in the implementation of the Drug and Cosmetic Acts. Yes, definitely the rules and the guidelines are there. They are being regulatory updated. Regulatory trainings are being the DCGI members, the DCGI staff, the CDSCO staff also goes under trainings and so that the rules and regulations can be imparted uniformly. It's a continuous process, rules and regulations being updated, trainings are being imparted, and that's also the part of like taking this lecture or this presentation is also part of that training. So here you as an audience, like you have to keep yourself updated, attend the different training conferences and all these things, so that because like it's a continuous process and their updates are there, so you have to be through with the knowledge when you are doing any sort of research. DCGI also is in charge of the analysis of cosmetic received from the CDSCO as survey samples. So it's not only the clinical research or the clinical trial. The DCGI, they have to do a lot of things. They have to, like cosmetics, medical devices, hemovigilance, materialovigilance, medical device. So many things are there. Medical Device Rule 2017. So in the end, I will say our regulators, they are doing a very good job, and they are really they are doing a lot of things are there. They are involving a lot of things. And they are doing so with the timelines. So we have to cooperate with them. We have to follow those rules and regulations. We should not be always complaining that why these rules are there. These rules are there for our betterment of the society, so that any product or any drug or any device which is coming to our society is safe and useful for our patients or subjects. I think that's all. Thanks for your patient listen. Any questions are there? Then that may be asked, or should I stop sharing?
That's okay, sir. You can stop.
Okay, thank you.
So over to candidate. Is there any questions, please ask participants. Dr. Nagaraj, please coordinate there. If anyone wants to ask, we can put it in the chat box, or speaker can be used. Mic can be used. I think people are hungry. They don't want to come with us at lunch.
I hope I have not bored you people, because it was really
Such an outstanding. You have covered almost all aspects.
Thank you.
And looking into your varied experience, I think you have been all part of the clinical trials, starting from research institute to
Yes.
clinical trials, CRO, government institution. Now you are at one of the Apex institutes. So you have been part of so many ethics committees. So I don't see any faculty who is more talented and
No,
exposed.
no, it's you are exaggerating your things, but yes.
Thanks a lot, sir, for sparing time. Over to Dr. Nagaraj. Dr. Nagaraj, please take.
Okay, thank you, thanks everybody, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Nagaraj, are we breaking for the lunch now? Or Dr. Sunila is coming? Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, and I have to go there by reach there by 1:30. So probably we'll finish this session first.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Dr. Nagaraj, will you introduce ma'am? Okay, let me introduce. Ma'am, Dr. Sunila Garg is ex-chairperson PSC. She has. I have been very fortunate to have been her student. And ma'am is a very dynamic personality. Have been associated with so many years with Maulana Medical College. Ma'am is having so many research papers almost in all aspects of public health. Ma'am has guided us for 3 years as a PSC chairperson. And when we discussed this concept, ma'am was so welcoming and supporting that by now we could train around 600 healthcare researchers and professionals in India. And even for this pre-conference workshop, the initial idea and coordination was by ma'am only. So I'm very thankful to ma'am that ma'am, you have always been so supportive. And ma'am has been part of so many clinical trials, expert groups, and ma'am is a stalwart in the field. Dr. Nagaraj, will you like to do the formal introduction? Or I should ask ma'am to start the session?
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sunila Garg, madam, to start with the session.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you all see the slides?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, madam.
Okay, very nice. So basically, I think I will not stand much before you and lunch, but it is important to have a relook at what you have, gone through and understood since morning about, what are good clinical practices, which must have been told by Dr. Dheeraj Shah, Dr. Mirabalka was there, and before me, Dr. Gupta was there, and Dr. Ranjan. They all have been playing a very, very critical role. So important part is that you have to understand that what happens if we don't comply with our good clinical practices. Primarily, my dear students, my dear colleagues, my dear friends, one thing which you have to understand is that good clinical practice is an international ethical and scientific quality standard for design, conduct, performance, monitoring, auditing, analysis, and reporting of clinical trials. So normally we are using this word in context of clinical trials, but it is not necessary that you will, and it is not to be understood that you will not use them in your routine practice. As students of community medicine, as students of different departments, if I can see that, it is very important to practice, having good clinical practice across everywhere, because it is giving the assurance that the data and the, reported results are credible, they are accurate, and the rights, integrity, and confidentiality of any subject, not only trial subjects, are respected and they are protected. So that part is very important. So, basically when we talk of The clinical research refers to studies that investigate human health conditions, often involving new treatments, drugs, or intervention. That is why we go ahead with the clinical trials. So we are looking at new treatment, what is effective, drugs, and also, quite a number of, my dear students, you would have been doing interventions with regard to not only drugs, but other things like yoga, meditation, and all that. That part is important. So what is the purpose? Basically, when we talk of good clinical practices, it is going to provide us evidence-based data that can improve our healthcare practices and also patient outcomes. So that part is very important. Another thing is that we can do scientific validation because clinical research is providing concrete evidence about safety and efficacy of treatments, ensuring that they are effective for patients. Number two is that they are also helping in guiding our medical decisions. If we are testing a particular drug, as member of subject expert committee, I'm involved in, approving so many vaccines together. So, it helps us to make choices, which vaccine is effective, which drug is, more effective. So and also you would have heard lately that government has banned, fixed combination drugs to the tune of 156. So it helps us in guiding medical decisions also. And it also helps in enhancing our knowledge of public health. By advancing the knowledge, clinical research contributes to reducing disease burden and improving population health. So 3 parts: scientific validation, guiding medical decisions, and enhancing public health. Now, another thing is that we have got different kinds of studies. When we look at interventional studies, that is testing, new treatments or drugs. So that part is important, which you have to remember that. The second thing is that there are observational studies which observes patients without changing their treatment to understand long-term effects. And also, now very famous term which we are using is clinical trials, whether they are related to medicines, they are related to vaccines, they're related to effect of yoga, meditation, and any other alternative system of medicine also. This is a interventional research that is comparing new treatment with the current standard treatment. So that part is important. Patient at any stage should not be denied standard of care. And another thing is that you have to look at what are the key strategies or key stages in clinical research. You all know, my dear friends, that there are 4 phases. One is preclinical research, where we are testing on animals or cells before human trials. Then we go to phase 1. Once it is successful in animals, before human trials, then we go to phase 1. Always remember that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, they're all focusing on safety at all stages. Number 2 is that when we go to phase 2 from phase 1, which is testing on small group of people, phase 2 is effectiveness of testing on a larger group. Phase 3 is large-scale testing to confirm safety and effectiveness. And phase 4 is post-marketing surveillance. That means when we open the vaccine or drug to the market, and we are working on 3,000 to 4,000 individuals or maybe more than that, but we are still worried about the safety part. That part is very important. Another thing is that why do we want to, go for good clinical practices? Because we want to increase the ethical awareness. Second is improve the trial methods. Clinical trial concept has got to be better understood. Then another part is that we are also, concerned about public or political concern over safety aspects. So that part is also understood by good clinical practices. We can make out if we are following good clinical practices, or what we can see that what is the reason. We can look at what are the frauds or accidents happening during trials. Then, growing research and development costs. What is the reason for that? And every day you'll see that earlier we used to have quadrivalent, HPV vaccine. Now, basically, we have got, nanovalent vaccine. And what this showed us that, over a period of time, there is a lot of competition between the same medicines provided by different companies and which are coming to the market. But we have to understand that within this competition, which drug or vaccine is better. There is mutual recognition of data, and new market structure is emerging in terms of whether we talk of medicines, in terms of what we talk of, vaccines and all that. So that is important. It is different than the earlier market. That part is there. So this is market with science. I would like to say that. Another thing which is very important is which you have to see that what are the ethical issues in public health. There are three things which you have to look at, that there is ethics, the second part is morality, the third part is law. So you have to balance between this three things, that is the ethical part. You have to be truthful to the patient. That is why I always focus on ethics as part of, whether as chairperson or as member of ethics committee, that the person fully understands the ethical aspects and you also fully understand. Because when you take the consent, it is very, very important component of ethics part. The second part is morality. That means you will be conducting the research as per what you have conceptualized. And there is the legal part. If you do not comply with the two, there is a legal part also. Another thing is what we call it as bioethics. In this, there is one thing which is known as public health ethics, which may be defined as the principles and values that help us guide the actions designed to promote health and prevent injury and disease in the population. Another thing is that when we talk about bioethics, it's a normative ethics. You can also say that it is a normative ethics which is applied to decision making and public policy, which is concerned with the matters of scientific research and with the social applications of biological knowledge and biomedical technology. So that is important part. So it is bioethics because we are dealing with the ethical part amongst human beings. And we are also looking at the social applications of biological knowledge and biomedical technology. Another thing which you have to understand, what is public health ethics? Now, public health ethics is defined as the principles and values that help us guide the actions which are designed to promote health and prevent injury and disease in the population. Another thing is that when you talk of healthcare ethics, already you must have listened to Dr. Dheeraj Shah's lecture and also you listened to Dr. Rajesh Ranjan, that we have got 5 principles. That means non-malfeasance, beneficence, respect for autonomy of the individual, provide the justice, and this research has to be effectively utilized also. So that part is what is the utility of this research for that individual, that is also important. So we are focusing on non-maleficence, beneficence. So we are not looking at any malefied part of it. That is non-maleficent. And you're looking at the beneficence, respecting the autonomy, justice, and utility of that particular research or drug or vaccine in that particular population. All of you would have gone through the historical background, and you are all aware of that. Why do we take the oath of Hippocrates? To do wellness for all. In 1930s, we had got US Food and Drug Cosmetics Acts. But in 1947, we had Nuremberg Code. On December 10th, 1948, we also had Declaration of Human Rights. Because when we talk of research, it is a human right issue. In 1962, we had got Cofier-Harris Amendment. That means before the drug is floated to the market, it has got proven efficacy. Then in 1964, which was revised in 2000, we had Declaration of Helsinki. Then came Belmont Report in 1979. In 1982, we had international guidelines for biomedical research involving human subjects. Then, International Council of Health and Good Clinical Practices guidelines came in 1996 and 1997. It became a law in some of the countries. So please remember, now these ethical guidelines and good clinical practices have also got a legal perspective that you must carefully see, that do not take the research lightly. And I'm sure those of you who would be venturing into the trials would be well aware of all this, should be well aware of all these aspects. So basically, when I mentioned about Nuremberg Code, it's a 10-point statement. And also you would have heard in morning about Nazis experiments. It defines, Nuremberg Code, it's defining the limits of medical experimentation on humans. It was developed in August 1947 by the panel of American judges. Why it was, developed? Because, there were hearings about Nazi doctors who were accused of conducting horrible experiments. That means without the consents of the patient, the boiling water was put on them. They were put in extremely cold conditions and all that. So when you talk of human rights issues, The requirement is that you must go for voluntary consent, competent, informed, and understanding consent. And if I'm talking to all of you, you please understand that whenever you do any research, consent becomes very, very important. The second part which I used earlier was Cafier-Harris Amendment, which required that manufacturers prove the effectiveness of drug products before they go to the market. Otherwise, we will be landing with serious side effects. So that is where once the drug is a proven efficacy, we go to the market, and then afterwards, if there are any serious side effects, we do report and we do not keep it hidden. That is important part. And what is Belmont report, which you saw earlier? It's a statement of ethical principles and guidelines for research which is involving human subjects. Now, another thing is when we talk of good clinical practices adoption in Asia Pacific regions, original, as I said, International Council of Harmonization of Good Clinical Practices guidelines, it came in 1996. Then Singapore had in 1998. China also had good clinical practice in 1999. Malaysian good clinical practices came in 1999, which were revised in 2004. Thailand came out with this in 2000, and Indonesia came out with this in 2001. Now, another thing is that when we talk of, good clinical practices in India, you have to remember that, for Indian guidelines, an expert committee was set up by CDSCO, which you heard earlier also, which was supported by clinical experts from different parts of the country to formulate the first document, which was for good clinical practices for India in 2001. So you can remember now, we are now 25 years. We are talking later about this. So this document came in 2001. And then these guidelines were keeping in mind, they were developed keeping in mind already well-established and documented good clinical guidelines. We already had, before we developed for India, we had guidelines from WHO, US Food and Drug Administration, International Council on Harmonization, and European Union Good Clinical Practices guidelines. Another thing is that we also had very strong inspiration from Indian Council of Medical Research, which was involved, basically in conducting biomedical research amongst human beings. Another thing is that there are 13 principles of International Council on Harmonization with regard to good clinical practices. That clinical trials have to be conducted in accordance with ethical principles. Number 2 is, so we have to focus on ethics and ethics and ethics. That means your client should be well informed about the research. And I see in my own, little 4 decades of, experience, what I see that, this is something which is least focused upon. When you conduct any research, whether it is epidemiological research, interventional research with regard to a thesis, please see that the patient understands everything. That is important. Number 2 is that before a trial is initiated, foreseeable risks and inconveniences should be weighed against the anticipated benefits. So you must see the risk and inconveniences. If there are many, then we should rather not do the research. The right, safety, and well-being of the trial subject should prevail over the, basically when we talk about, interest of the science and society, that part is important. The available non-clinical and clinical information on an investigational project should be adequate to support the proposed clinical trial. Clinical trial should be scientifically sound and described in clear, detailed protocol, and that protocol must be complied at all stages. A trial should be conducted in compliance with the protocol that has received prior institutional board approval, and that is why you will see that all your theses and all, they also go through approval by the institutional review board or an independent ethics committee for approval or for favorable opinion. Then only you can conduct the research. The medical care which is given to and medical decisions which are made on behalf of the subject should always be the responsibility of qualified physician or when appropriate by a qualified dentist also. Another thing which I would like to say with regard to point 7 is that if you're conducting research on children, see that pediatrician is available to provide the necessary inputs. If it is conducted amongst elderly or adults, you have a qualified physician to provide, good medical care as and when required. Another thing is that the individual involved in conducting a trial should be qualified by education, training and experience, which I mentioned earlier, to perform his or her respective task. Then another thing is that the freely given informed consent should be obtained from every subject. ऐसे नहीं कि हमने पढ़ दिया, then we say that up, just make a signature, that is important. So we have to do a freely given informed consent, which should be taken from every subject prior to, clinical trial participation. Another thing is that all clinical trial information should be recorded, handled, and stored in a way that allows its accurate reporting, interpretation, and verification. The confidentiality of records, you cannot say that I'm conducting a research and my research is, the data is in this computer or that computer, or it is in multiple computers. Confidentiality of records is very important. For how much period of time it will be kept? It is now minimum of 5 years when we say. Another important part is now we are talking of electronic records. They also have got to be preserved, and we must have a team which is selected team which is responsible for basically, confidentiality of the records. And another thing is that basically, which I would like to say, when you conduct your own research also, please see that information of the subject should be confidential, and it is private, which should be known only to the, when you are conducting a research, it should be known to you. Or if we are, conducting a trial, it should be known only to the select number of people. Now, investigational projects should be manufactured, handled, and stored in accordance with the good manufacturing practices. That is also important when we are talking of, using some investigational products with regard to diabetes, hypertension, or, when we are talking of medicines and all that, we have to follow the principles of good manufacturing practices, whether we are using a test drug, whether we are using a placebo, we have to see that placebo has also got to be like an original drug, so that, the shelf life is same as that of the original drug. That is important. Now, another important part is that we must have, the procedures that assure the quality of every aspect of trial. And the quality should be the first thing which is implemented at every stage. So basically, when we are talking of International Council on Harmonization, WHO Good Clinical Practices, the main difference between ICH and GCP and WHO GCP is that ICH GCP is comprising of 13 principles, whereas WHO GCP is comprising of 14 principles. And principle 5 and 6, which I mentioned, basically in WHO GCP are combined in ICH GCP. Apart from that, there is only slight change in the order of principles, which must have been told to you in the morning also. But important part which you all have to remember, that good clinical practice is good clinical practice, no matter where it originates from, International Council on Harmonization, or whether we talk of World Health Organization. Now, who are the participants in good clinical practices and in trials? One is a regulatory authority. So regulatory authority reviews the submitted clinical data and it is conducting the inspections. The sponsor is the one which is, I don't know how many of you have conducted the clinical trials, but you have to see that even your research is also funded many times. So the sponsor is a company or institution or organization which takes responsibility for initiation, management, and financing of clinical trial. The project monitor is usually appointed by the sponsor, and you know that if the PI is PI and the team is comprising of the individuals who are under PI. So the investigator is overall responsible for conduct of clinical trial at trial site, and he or she is a team leader. The pharmacist at the trial location is responsible. When I talked about good manufacturing practices, so he is responsible for maintenance, storage, and dispensing of investigational products like drugs in clinical trials. The patients are human subjects. When we talk about ethical review board or committee for protection of subjects, this ethical review board is appointed for the institution, and if it is not available, then we must have an authoritative health body in that country which will be responsible. So which is responsible for monitoring the ethical issues and all that, and time to time, if there are any corrections, that also must be intimated to any ethical review board if you are making any changes for all that. So, but then overall, this committee is responsible for protection of subjects. Committee to monitor larger trials can be, and usually, you know, when we look at larger trials, we do have big sponsors, and mostly they are overseas sponsors or drug companies. The importance of compliance with the good clinical practices are basically you see that patient safety, that is most important. Data integrity must be truthful. Just now I'm coming from a meeting which is talking about, you know, multidisciplinary research units and, you know, clinical trials and all that. And one thing which Dr. Vinod Paul and Dr. Bahl, you know, who is as Secretary Department of Health Research talked about, that we must be truthful to the research. So data integrity is very, very important. And along with that, we must comply with all the regulatory requirements which are there. So, you know, if we do not conduct the research in a proper way, you know, so I mentioned about different, you know, areas like regulatory issues. So what can be a deficient area and then your research will not be successful? There can be lack of regulatory authority approval where the clinical site is located. When I go to, you know, CDSO and when I'm there in subject expert committee meeting, what I realize is that clinical site, whichever you choose for conducting a clinical trial, it may be Belgavi, it may be any other area, it may be your own institution. You must see that, you know, what is the condition of clinical site? Are we having adequate qualified people? Are there enough subjects? I will not like one research, you know, having 5 sites only at Bangalore or at, you know, it has to be India is a very big country. We have got east, west, north, south, and northeast region. So we must have distribution of clinical sites across. And then we must be focusing on regulatory issues, also have to focus on, you know, approvals. And if it is not having proper approval, then it calls for deficiency. Amendments and notification to the regulatory authority should be there at regular intervals. Manufacturing and importing authorization, Form FDA 1572, which is the statement of investigator, must be enclosed. Otherwise, you know, one cannot trust on the quality of research or trial. And, you know, when we talk of, you know, financial disclosure, basically is also very, very important by the investigators, because we must know that this is not a biased research. Then laboratory and technical facilities, you know, wherever you are conducting the research which is involving laboratory or any other technical facility, which is a computer lab or any other technical facility or equipment, we must have the certification and accreditation for the same, its validation. What are the normal values and ranges for the lab? Is it being periodically updated? Please see in your own institutions, what are the normal values, you know, biochemical values, that is important. How the, you know, basically shipment of different equipments take place, or when we talk of chemicals and all, how they are stored, how they are labeled, and how, you know, we are looking at what is the supply chain of kit samples. So that part is very important, because in a laboratory, you have to look at everything in a holistic manner. And, you know, whom the laboratory is accountable, what we do with regard to, you know, the samples traceability, how the analysis is done, and how the reporting part is done. Every time I get several proposals with regard to technical validation of a particular laboratory, so the values are regularly updated. So that part you must keep in mind. The computer validation is also very important. The audit part, and who is having access to the computer, what is the physical security system and backup mechanism? Because if that computer crashes, where you are going to look forward to, that part is important. Then the study drug, as I said, manufacturing, packaging, labeling. If we are using placebos, that is also important. How you go for trial management? According to, this is where, you know, trial management is going to be according to protocol. If you're not complying, that is a deficient area. If your case report forms are not complete, if you think that today I've done my, you know, work, tomorrow I'll fill the case report form, no, that is not correct. You have to do simultaneously on the same day. Ask the patients to maintain daily diary if you're testing a new drug or a vaccine with regard to any adverse events. Then what are the questionnaires, how they are designed, have they undergone any pre-testing? That part is important. Statistical analysis and clinical study report is also very important. Then, if you're testing drugs, if you're testing vaccines, or if you're doing, study, it is very important that your subjects are insured. And nowadays, even, the investigators are also calling for insurance, but important part is the protection of your study subjects and what compensation are you going to give to them in case of any harm. Then what is going to be the nature of, payment to the trial subjects, the design of the trial. So if all that is not, previously worked upon, that is a very severe deficient area which can land us into trouble. So that part is important. Now, let's say that, when we talk of good clinical practices infection findings by deficient areas, which is there, which has been there by, Sellers, JW et al. So few of the deficient areas which are found was compliance to protocol. As I mentioned that all of you are involved in research as postgraduates or as faculty members or as senior residents, see that, you are adhering strictly to the protocol in terms of eligibility, in terms of assessment of efficacy of drugs and all that. Safety reporting should be done at regular intervals. Reporting in case report form and diary as specified in the protocol, and other protocol non-compliance not listed above. So that part, so protocol is your Bible. You must follow that protocol in true sense. The second part is the management of trial, where you're talking of data management, monitoring, document control, and audit part. So data management should be seen at regular interval. You must be able to monitor the data, see that, who is having control of the documents and all that, which will, at regular intervals that may be discussed also. And audit part is very important. Then, the another deficient area can be documentation. And what could be the deficient areas? That means you are not having essential documents with you or the source of documentation. And then another part is what is the qualification and training of the individuals. That part also has to be kept in the documentation. What are the standard operating procedures for that particular trial or research? Which organization is conducting? Who are the persons who are involved? As I mentioned about the qualification and training also. Then what are the facilities, available over there, and what equipment is there? You cannot expect that the trial is going to be, funding 100%, because every time we work in partnership, so that part is important. How are you going to do the randomization of study subjects? Who is going to be blinded with regard to, administration of placebos or trial drugs? That is important. And what are the codes of study drugs? They are known to whom? So please make sure that all these are very important. Who is going to have access to data, and what are the necessary contracts and agreements with regard to the sponsors, the people who are conducting the research, and the institution involved? That part is important. But if any of these, when I talk of, these 9 points, you must see that, if any of them is not complied for, that calls for a deficient area. Now, study drug also has to take into consideration the drug accountability, the supply chain, how we are going to destroy that, how do we retrieve the drugs, because we cannot buy all the drugs at the same time. So it is important that, supply chain must be in place. Who is going to prescribe, who is going to administer, and who is going to make sure that it is complied for. That is important. Now, another important part is human subject protection, which is the most important part. Do you ever talk to your, person who is undergoing study about the study? Then explain the study, completely. Then take the consent. Is there any, consent form at the study site, and who is going to take that? Don't say that today I will collect your data and tomorrow I will take your consent. No. And what is the informed consent process? Who reads out the, study procedure? And then what is the content? That is the thing which, when the study is presented before, or the trial is presented before ethics committee, all the, people, ethics committee members have a look at the science part of it. It is not merely that, madam, we have done this and please, give us the approval from the ethics committee. It's not like that. Another thing is that we do have to see that always ethics committee gives you a favorable opinion. And time to time, amendments and notification should be done to ethics committee. Then, or from the institutional review board. What are the compositions, functions, and operations of ethics committee must also be well known in advance, and it has got adequate number of members as per the, requirement, and it should be approved by Department of Health Research. That is important. And chairperson has got to be external so that there is no bias in conduct of the study. Then important part is also subject protection when we talk of personal data protection and we talk about safeguard of the safety and well-being of the subject. That part is important. So consequences of non-compliance can be for the patients, for the researchers and institution, and which has got impact on the clinical trials. So what are the strategies to improve compliance? One is by training and education, following standard operating procedure, effective communication, and we must not hesitate from having regular audits and objections. So that is important. So regulatory bodies are your International Council on Harmonization on Good Clinical Practices, which was designed to promote harmonization in 3 prominent ICH regions, namely US, Japan, and European Union, to meet technical requirements for registration of pharmaceuticals for human use. Second important regulatory body is World Health Organization, because it developed good clinical practice as an instructional tool for less accomplished pharmaceutical agencies in nations where there was no existence of any other guideline. So these are the important regulatory bodies. The Drug Controller General of India, DCGI, CDSCO, Indian Council of Medical Research, and clinical trial registries in India. And please make sure that whatever interventional studies you are conducting, they are registered with CTRI and other country-specific bodies, which may vary from country to country. It is important. Now, lastly, I have to talk about what are the challenges which are faced by good GCP in India. One is lack of commitment of clinicians towards conducting proper clinical trial. We are all fond of taking clinical trials, but then, in the end, we fail to comply. So commitment is very important. The issue of quality and documentation is a major challenge, particularly when I will talk about, it's not there in all the academic institutions, but it's a major challenge. So be truthful, have a quality data and document it properly. Protocol non-compliance, inaccurate records, informed consent problems, and adverse events reports. You are not maintaining a daily diary or not reporting it with regard to vaccines or drugs and all that is important. Another thing is how you're dealing with media. That is important. So you must have a committee before that, because your results can go anyway. So you must be very careful about media, and you must have a responsible spokesperson for the media also. Now, if you see the period from 2008 to 2013, reportedly, India witnessed deaths of as many as almost 2,300 patients, 2,262 to be very precise, registered for clinical trial, which led to massive public uproar. And we have to look into the cause of what was responsible for this. But this is where we have to see that, when to stop the trial. That is important. And after, intervention by Supreme Court, after this episode from 2008 to 13, stricter regulations and norms for conducting clinical trials were stressed upon. So that is important. So these are some of the references. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But I'm sure that this session will provide you a lot of information about, how to comply, when to comply and all that. And I'm open to any questions if there are any. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Thank you, team at Belgavi. My best wishes for the conference. And if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. I know there's a lunch time, but thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Dr. Nagar, over to Nagarajan.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll break. Any questions from the audience side?
Nagarajan, thank you for coordinating from there. And I'm really happy that this session has been kept as part of pre-conference workshop and everybody's conducting the research. And I was just, there in a meeting from DHR, which is, looking after the research, and ICMR also. Dr. Bahel and all were there. Dr. Vinod Paul and chairperson of National Medical Commission was also there. Everybody has stressed on good clinical practices. I'm not sure about the number of audience over there, but you can share definitely my presentation over there. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
135 participants for today's.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. And have a good lunch.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll break for lunch now, and we'll be back. Now it is 1:35. We'll be back by 2:10. The next session will be at 2:10. Please collect your lunch coupons in the registration counter. Whatever the registration process is there, please complete it and collect the lunch coupon. And lunch is arranged at the basement. And we'll be back. Please be in time. At 2:10, we'll start the next session. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Dr. Nagaraja, are you there?
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you. Okay. Okay, the next session will be Ethics in Research by Professor Mirambika Mahapatro, who is the professor and head at Department of Behavioral Sciences, National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, Mundrika, New Delhi. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much. Why all of you are sitting at the back? Why didn't you come to the front seats? No? It's okay. So about research ethics, you have already have been like since morning, getting to know about ethics in research. It's a set of principles. I'll just take few minutes again to reiterate on that. And that governing the way any research involving interaction between the researcher and other humans or human tissue or data relating to humans is designed, managed, and conducted. In preparing a research project, these are the important aspects that we have to take care of: dignity, rights, safety, and well-being of human participants, and respected and safeguarded. So, as the cardinal principle of ethics, these three things that goes: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. So autonomy is all about ability to decide to participate in research at one's own free will. And beneficence and non-maleficence is that do good and don't do any harm to the participants. And justice is all about researcher must be fair to participants and their needs and safety, and should gain priority to pursue of research objectives. And all should have an opportunity to participate. It means that you should not leave the vulnerables except when there is a known risk. Now, how to ensure autonomy? These are the few measurable points that you can ensure autonomy: documentation of ethics committee approval, description of informed consent process, appropriateness of informed consent form, and patient's educational material. These days, many under the projects, they develop educational materials and they distribute to the participants. Correct documentation of the informed consent through effective monitoring and supervision, and ability to give consent. Now, these are few questions. I thought like post-lunch, it will be very difficult to, for you and as well as for me. So it's better that we have an interactive session. And this is the question that you have to choose one of the option. Which of the following best describes autonomy? A, ability of the researcher to decide who will be the research participants. B, ability of an individual to decide freely about participating in a research. C, ability of the ethics committee to decide on a research proposal. And D, ability of the ethics committee to understand the rationale in a proposal. Be a little louder. Thanks. Which of the following ensures the autonomy of the study participants in a research? Randomization. B, adverse event documentation, informed consent process, all the above. Yeah. Now, how to assess beneficence and non-maleficence? There should be in your protocol inclusion and exclusion criteria. You should analyze the benefit and risk of the participants. Benefit may be direct or indirect, and there may be a favorable outcome or non-favorable outcome. So, to the individual, community, society, and there may be risk of physical, psychological, social, economic, or legal. So, we need to, that is the core, crux of ethics, that we need to do this benefit risk analysis and measure to maintain confidentiality. So there should be a right to an individual to control what information can be collected, stored by whom, and whom to disclose. and there should be follow-up care and standard care and compensation, all that, like you need to declare and need to highlight in your protocol. Now the question is, which of the following is or are true about benefits and risk in a health research? Risk is the probability of harm due to refusal of participants in a research project. B, benefits in a research must be shared by the participants, researcher, community, and the funding agency. C, autonomy is the fundamental principle underlying benefit risk assessment. And D, presence of professionally competent researchers in a research team reduces the probability of risk for the participant. Which one? Which is true or which are true? All of you are here? No? Shall I proceed? Do you think autonomy is the fundamental principle underlying benefit risk assessment? Is that a true statement? No? Ma'am is saying no. Why? We have just discussed, isn't it? Autonomy is the free will of the participants. So that is a true statement. All of you are getting it? Okay. Which of the following cannot be considered as principle that underlie assessment of risk and benefit? Principle of academic interest, principle of essentiality, principle of professional competence, and principle of accountability. Sorry? True or false? In the ethical framework, non-exploitation refers that no person shall be means to benefit another person without benefit to himself or herself. Non-exploitation refers that no person shall be means to benefit another person without benefit to himself or herself. Ma'am is only talking about it. What about others? How to ensure compliance to the principle of justice? A, rationale of the study should be sound. B, potential public health benefit must outweigh risk to the participants. C, provision for effective and third-party monitoring. 4, judiciously describe inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay, D only. The last one is not about this. Out of these 4, which one? Compliance to the principle of justice. Inclusion, exclusion, principle of justice. Yeah, so 4th one, that is judiciously describe inclusion and exclusion. Okay. Which of the following is an example of on-site monitoring? Supervision of data collection by the principal investigator, observation of consenting process by ethics committee designated member, financial audit by the designated person from the funding agency, or examination of annual report by the ethics committee member. Sorry, on-site monitoring. Okay, so ethics are described as standards of conduct or social norms that prescribe behavior. And the goal of ethics are prescriptive and evaluative rather than descriptive and explanatory. And that is the difference that differentiate between ethics from social aspects. So in the basic relationship with in a research between the investigator and the human subject is should be honesty, trust, and respect. if you see this constellation of ethics, there is always a dilemma, and you need to balance both the professionalism, which is inward facing ethics, that is about loyalty, legality, and reliability about your own work. And the outward facing is the social ethics towards the patient that you give the services, that should be impartiality, integrity, and openness. So you have to give a balancing between these two for an equal treatment. And if you see here, it is all about accountability. And there are three types of accountability we can have. One is accountability to self, relationship accountability, and when these two fails, then institution accountabilities that is implemented. So self accountability is all about the value that you have, and the sense respect or honesty or that we have been talking about is about your accountability to self. So when you are like think about the human participant or the respondent, then you will be even if you are in a hurry to submit your report or collect your data for your under the project, still if you are self accountable, then you will be doing a proper way of inclusion, exclusion, and all that. And relationship accountability, what I said in the previous slide, it's all about how your accountability to self and to others, that will be based on, like, suppose accountability to self in the y-axis, if it is up, and towards the patient or towards the society is less, then the curve that will emerge will be very, very squeezed one. If your accountability to self in y-axis is high, and in the x-axis, if it is going to be also high, then the accountability to the relationship or to the patient will be, the curve will be very, very broad, isn't it? So, so accountability towards the community, how that we are engaging the community is also important in research. So it is not always possible to know what will happen to the participants. Sometimes unexpected or undesirable results may happen. Although you have considered everything, still you may not know the outcome at times. So participation of local community representative in the planning and conducting research is therefore important. Community should be informed of the research, possible outcome, whether it is positive or negative, and the results of the research. Many a times we enter the community and we don't take care of that. We feel that they are illiterate or they won't understand our language or they won't understand research, and therefore we don't engage them in our. So community representative and researchers can work together to make sure that research is conducted in most appropriate way. This is about shared responsibility between all the stakeholders that is engaged in your research work. So who decide what is good for the people and the community? And there can be investigators, there can be research participants, regulatory committees, sponsors, policymakers, program managers, and ethics committee and members have a role and responsibility in this regard. So about the IEC or IRB, institutional review boards, institutional ethical committee, but then nowadays we use institutional ethics committee. So the body or the committee to ensure protection of the participants' right must ensure that the research is appropriate. This is their role. The research design is in accordance with the relevant ethical standards. Research design is appropriate for the issues to be studied, and the research is appropriate from legal, professional, and community context. So there can be the members of the ethics committee may be interdisciplinary from technical, legal, and community-based. So this is a question. For conducting biomedical research, the institution where the research is being conducted must have policies for appropriate research governance and take the responsibility to facilitate research. The statement is best described by the following general principle, principle of totality of essentiality, principle of institutional arrangements, principle of transparency and accountability, and principle of professional competence. Which one? Which of the following is not a role of the chairperson of an ethics committee? Ensure participation of all members of the EC, seek conflicts of interest from the EC members, resolve complaints against researcher and the EC members, screening of the proposal for full committee review. Complete the statement. Initial scrutiny of submission to the ethics committee is done by members of the EC, EC secretary, chairman of EC, and or researcher. Huh? The initial scrutiny. So it is submitted to the secretariat, isn't it? That EC secretariat every institute should have. If an institution does not have an ethics review committee, all the following can be done to review the proposals from this institute, except suppose in many times you will find that we don't have an ethics committee. So how can we take the approval of ethics committee from other institutes? The institution arranges to review the proposal with a nearby institution having a functional ethical committee. The institute head writes to the head of the nearby institute having a functional EC with a request to review the proposal. The researchers approach to the independent ethics committee for voluntary review of the proposal. And D, the institute head exempts the proposal from the ethics review. They can exempt? Oh, except the institute head attempts the proposal from ethics review. Outcome of research, any intervention or product developed or knowledge generated from the research should be made reasonably available for the benefit of that population. These four things, that is the core, value of our ethics: accessibility, availability, affordability, and accessibility. So whatever the research outcome that you have got, it should be freely available, accessible to the people or the community, and acceptable by the community, and it should be affordable. If it is too costly, too high, then it may not be sustainable because the affordability will be in question. Ethics committee have to examine if the proposal clearly describes these four components. The committee should be aware and assess the conflict of interest are to be clearly mentioned upfront in the protocol. Between the government, medical institutions, medical personnel, and patients are being increasingly addressed. And there is a debate always between the, like individual good versus public good. So individual may be at risk for benefit, but it will be a benefit to the public. And there is also a debate between the prevention research versus treatment research. So prevention research is, it's always very, very expensive. And also the population would be considered as non-diseased one. So there's also a dilemma to take a decision between these two research. So research on newer technologies brings hope of cure, but often create a heavy economic burden, and equity, access, and affordability poses a serious challenges that we talked about in the previous slide about it. So at times, many maybe a hidden agenda by various industries. So, but then we need to assess that, and it should be also spelled out in the proposal properly and reviewed by the committee. About informed consent. When giving consent, the subject or participants need to be legally capable of deciding and should decide freely. The age must not be minor. Legal capacity must not be diminished, and it must not be forced or influenced in any way, physically, financially, emotionally, or mentally. Informed consent obtaining is a process of information exchange. The subject or participants are informed clearly and in a way that they understand the nature of a research they would participate in. I'll tell you my experience on, particularly on the on the information that seat ICF. We write it in English, then we put it in the Google Translate form, and we don't do the back translation. So there is always it is most of the time you'll see that you're not able to understand what is written in Hindi, in the local language, I mean to say. So we need to, because we always feel that they would be knowing these words. They may not know that words. So it has to be, and if we have just one, information sheet, we feel that it is taken care. But that is the important aspect of any research ethics, I mean. So how clearly you have informed them and the nature of research they would participate in, the potential benefit for him or her, a specific group of patients or society in general, and potential harm that we have talked about. After the subject or participant has been provided with all the relevant information, he or she has to decide freely whether they want to participate in the research or not. And if the answer is yes, then only you sign the consent form. Now, classification of the informed consent. Consent, an adult subject capable of giving permission, and subject must be 18 and above. My session is still 2:45 or 3? 10 minutes, okay. Online, okay. Then parental consent for children or minor below 18, then assent for the child who is above 7 years. And okay, so then there are verbal consent and also LAR. I'm not going into detail, you must be knowing about. So at the EC level, what they have to do for the informed consent is design informed consent form, ensure that consent form include all elements required by the regional regulatory body that is to be informed to enrolled subjects, submit designated consent form to the IAC, and use approved consent form to discuss and explain related risks, benefit, and other aspects. At the participant level, provide the potential participant ample time and opportunity to ask questions about the study and discuss it with the relative and family members as well. Do not force or unduly influence a subject to participate, and obtain a signed and dated voluntarily informed consent. Obtain a consent if needed, and ensure safe archival and restricted access to the consent documents. This is about the subject and participants should properly understand all relevant aspects, must comprehend the relevant information, feel free to clarify if they have any doubts, should consent voluntarily, and should be aware about their rights. Now it has got two parts. One is PIS and the second one is ICF. PIS is participant or the patient information sheet that will be having details, the information on known facts about the research, which has relevance to the participation. And informed consent form would have the component in which the participant acknowledges that he or she has understood the information given in the PIS and is volunteering to be included in that research. It is available, these forms are, you can always download from the ICMR website and can use it, customize it and use it. So What should be their components in the PIS? The essential components must include statement mentioning that it is research, purpose and methods in simple language, what is to be done and how, the duration of participation, frequency of contact, types of data collection and methods, the benefit to the participant, community or others. The fifth number is any foreseeable risk, discomfort or inconvenience. It is always good to put the things in this number wise. Number 6 is extent to which confidentiality of records could be maintained. 7, payment, reimbursement and incidental expenses. 8, free treatment and or compensation for research related injury or harm. Now, the number is like, I don't know how come it has distorted, but it is serially, there are some points, 10 points, I believe, 12 points. Freedom to participate and or withdraw at any time without penalty or loss of benefits. And the identity of the research team and contact person with the address and phone number of PI, co-PI or chairperson, member secretary. Generally, we give member secretary's number, contact number. You can give, like official number, may not be your personal mobile number, but the number has to be there. Last few questions. Complete the statement. Copying research idea from other researcher without giving due credit is known as. 2 PG students have made some measurements on a new material. The data points are as shown. To prove their wrong or right, false. Hypothesis, the results should lie on the curve shown. The 2 students consider omitting the 2 data points which were off the theoretical curve. It is my ethical or non-ethical? Non-ethical, why? Yeah. Okay. A group of medical students conducted a research on the awareness of diabetic diet in the medical clinic participants. Their research were recognized as the best postgraduate research, and later they submitted the same research paper to 2 different journals to see which journal publishes it first. Ethical or? But we keep doing that, isn't it? Okay, students are required to prepare a research proposal during their PG program. Nimal developed the idea for this project and discussed with a friend. Several months later, he found that his idea had been submitted as a research proposal by his friend without his knowledge. But does it take place? Four friends decide to work together on a research project during the vacation. One of them went abroad during the vacation and did not contribute to the research. The friends included all 4 names in a presentation made at the scientific congress. A group of researchers planned a research project on the detection of fetal abnormalities in the second trimester by ultrasounding scanning. They collected the data from the scan room without informing the mother. Ethical. They have to take the information consent from the mother. A group of researchers collected data from a group of bank officers with their consent regarding their working hours and salary with regard to the prevalence of high blood pressure. Subsequently, the researchers gave the same data to another group who were in need of the same data variable. This is also unethical. Okay. A researcher planned to compare the intellectual skill of retired people to those of college volunteers to receive an A in their psychology course and for non-volunteers to have their grade lowered. To recruit retired people, she plans to go to a retirement community each evening, knock at people's door and ask them to work some puzzles, not explaining details of the study because most won't understand. Even if she feels that she's just playing with puzzle with the elderly population, still it is unethical to hide the reasons or purpose of visiting them. The researcher planned a research on family planning practices of Indian females. As they were close to the deadline for presenting the results, they started collecting information from participants before formal approval by the Ethics Review Committee. But most of the time, what I have observed that, because once in a year or twice in a year, only the ethical committee that the meeting takes place. So we do start conducting the research and later on post approval, we take it from the IAC. This is also, we have noticed and, in few places like where they don't have IAC in their institute, and the process takes a lot of time. And in the meantime, they start the research work and then they take the approval. Now, CTRI is only for the clinical trial things, whereas you are doing a descriptive research, community-based research, and those kind of research they start. Okay, I close it here. The last one is Dr. Sara is a gynecological physician and an investigator on a research project for a pharmaceutical company testing a new topical treatment for a sexually STD that must be administered frequently and can causing itching and irritation. The company is paying her a rate of rupees 2,000 per person enrolled. Does it have a conflict of interest? Yes, it does have a conflict of interest. Thank you all. I'm sure that I do understand. Looking at you, it's so difficult to, post lunch, but thank you all and all the best. Bye. Dr. Naresh, thank you so much and good afternoon. If I have taken few minutes of yours, I'm sorry.
Very good afternoon, madam.
Okay.
Thank you, madam. We have next speaker, Dr. Naresh Sharma, who is the Deputy Drugs Controller, Central Drugs and Standard Control Organization, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Sir has done his Bachelor in Pharmacy from Delhi University and Master in Pharmacy from Birla Institute of Technology and Doctorate in Pharmacy from Government College of Kumaran University, India. And to add, Sir was the former president of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Delhi branch, and vice chairman of Indian Pharmaceutical Division of Manufacturers at national level. And he has 32 recognition awards in various forums. He has also published 20 research articles in various journals. During his tenure at Central Drug Standard Control Organization, Sir has actively participated in formulating drugs, clinical trials, and cosmetics. And he has involved in strengthening Indian drug regulatory system and handled international matters such as MOU, SOI, quality issues, and capacity building projects of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hope I am audible to all the participants.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So first of all, I appreciate the efforts for conducting such a mega event for IFACon 2025 at Belagavi, and organizers are really putting best efforts in order to make it a successful one, and definitely it will be a big success. So thank you so much again for giving me the opportunity for covering such an important topic on confidentiality, privacy, safety, adverse events, monitoring of the clinical trial principles, and for the participants as well. So I involved myself for long for covering all these areas and have witnessed many in past and which I will be sharing in my upcoming presentation. The Drug and Cosmetic Act, you might have seen and you might have heard about it, and during your curriculum also one of the subject or for the say that cosmetic and drugs regulation, which has formed as an act way back in 1940, and the rules thereunder in 1945. You can see the starred segments, the cosmetic rule, which has evolved in 2020, Drug Control Act 1950, then drug NDCT, which is a new drug clinical trial, which is underlined in a red, which has formed in 2019. The Companies Cost Rules 2014 and Medical Device Rule 2017. So these starred are the evolving parameters which has inbuilt in the act, which was formed way back in 1940. So with this particular slide, you can see how much importance is given for the drugs, for the cosmetics, because it is becoming integral and most important part of the human being. This underlined one, if you see the year 2019, from 1940 to 2019, there are so many areas which has evolved over the period of time, and the rule were made in 2019 in order to make it enable and forcible for the Act 1940. We all know that all drugs are safe in the container, but this is also a true statement that outside the drugs are poison. If you're going to refer the ICH guideline, the toxins, even the degradants from the main moiety, active pharmaceutical ingredient, above 0.1% may have the deleterious effect, hazardous effect on the health of the human being. So the terminology which is mentioned in the International Conference on Harmonization is that anything which is apart from the active moiety, active pharmaceutical ingredient above 0.1% need to be identified. If it is not able to identify it, then need to be characterized and its toxicity index must be established. There are many incidences in past. Say classical example is doxorubicin, which is anti-cancer drug. But if you are going to talk about the degradation product, which is doxorubicinol, even at a minor concentration at ppb, ppm level, it is going to have deleterious effect, and congestive cardiac failure is the side effect. So that is what like many such type of the degradation product are listed. This is one of the example what I had mentioned is a very potent one. So we have to take care from all the front, not only for the active moiety, not only for the active pharmaceutical ingredient, but also need to take care about the degradation which are forming over the period of time during the shelf life of the product. So these are the toxicity which has to be established throughout the clinical trial data. And this is most important slide, having the extract of my 29 years of the professional career. I'm going to take you to the 1990, where the clinical trial applications are processed from the office of DCGI. The previous speaker, Dr. Devesh, has mentioned about Central Drugs Standard Control Organization. So that is actually my department, and Drugs Controller General of India is the supreme authority of India, who is the head of the organization. And morning, you had a vibrant and knowledgeable session from Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy, who is the Joint Drugs Controller India in the same department, CDSCO, and earlier he was also the former Drugs Controller General of India. So I'll be taking back to 1990, where very limited team were involved in order to process the applications for the clinical trial, to judge the safety, privacy, adverse drug reactions for the ongoing clinical trial. So one person is directly putting file to the Drugs Control General of India Supreme Authority, and they are going to discuss and take the decision at their own level. 2005 onwards, there were so many articles which has been published in the newspaper, and where it was cited that unethical practices for the regulators has been adopted, and doctors were also put as a part of the system. And overall, like the statement is, Indian population is treated as a guinea pig. So that was a system where the things has been taken to the great level of threshold, and serious adverse reactions has happened and reported. Many people have lost their eye. Permanent disability happened. Court cases has happened. And when the people has approached to the court, NGOs has supported, and there was no policy of compensation at the time. I'm talking about 2005 onwards. Families who were suffering, they were taken to the court, and court has given the direction. Then no proper record monitoring system was cited by the court. Many RTIs which has helped us in order to evolving the system. Then parliamentary standing committee comes in picture, where regulatory data was asked, and it was also proposed that the officers must be trained by the leading developed countries like USFD. So I remember in 2010, there was a Dr. David who trained in rounds and rounds of the sessions which he took at FDA Bhavan CDSCO at Delhi, and a group of bunch of officers were trained during that particular sessions, and mock inspections also they had guided and treated. But the system has not end over here. There was like 2011, there was a technical committees were formed. Earlier it was named as a New Drug Advisory Committee, which is named as a NDAC. And now this is called as a SEC, which is a Subject Expert Committee, where the 12 committees were made for the specific domain, and the 12 doctors in each committee has put at the time. So around 150 doctors were helping us in order to examine the protocol submitted by the various companies for the conduct of clinical trial safety, and in case of any problem, what will be the rescue medicines. But now I'm happy to share that we have more than 600 such professionals, doctors, who are coming in the subject expert committee and giving the insight, examining, where the company people are also invited to have the PowerPoint presentation to discuss across the board, and the committee members open up their own ideas, and the company research is examined, and based on that, the decision is taken whether to go for the approval, whether to go for the approval with the condition, or whether to go for the rejection of that particular case. 2012, there were 3 gazette notifications, including the compensation, and ethics committee was also made responsible, where we had seen that massive control can also be happen by the ethics committee. So this registration happened, and there was a separate and dedicated cell which has formed in one of the place at Delhi, where the monitoring and with the help of the experts, so they are examining the serious adverse and reactions which has been reported to the office of the CGI. So above all, in order to compile the entire the journey, so the NDCT rule has made, and that was with the help and inputs from the various ministries, and Dr. Y.K. Gupta was the main instrumental from the AIMS, who helped CDSCO in order to form this new drug clinical trial rule in 2019. My presentation will be covering the understanding about the clinical trial, ethical principles for the clinical trial, confidentiality, privacy, data protection principles, informed consent processes, participants' right, and data protection regulation. Role of institutional ethics, institutional review board, data anonymization technique, which is adopted by most of the companies and is the need for the day, data breach protocol, participant confidentiality in digital trial, safety in the clinical trial. To understand about the confidentiality and the privacy, so this is basically to protect the sensitive information which is submitted by the subject during the enrollment in the clinical trial, and also on the other hand, it builds the trust, enabling the ethical and effective clinical trial. So this must be given the top priority, and this is the trust between the subject and the doctor, and also ensuring the patient's safety for adverse drug event. So there's a team who is working under the leadership of principal investigator, then the co-investigator and drug trial monitoring team, and they are in touch with all the patients while the medicines are given to safeguard the well-being, and to just see that in case of the any reactions happens because of any reason need to be reported, and need to be taken care for the subject, the participant in the clinical trial. The clinical trial, as per our Drugs and Cosmetic Act, is defined as a rigorously designed research studies. All these studies are the research-based studies and are needed for bring out the new molecules in the market, and it is involving the human as a participant, and the entire the course, the conduct acquired, the safety and efficacy need to be monitored for the new medical interventions, and such drugs and devices and the therapies are monitored by the team. There are 4 phases, which you all are knowing about that part, but just to crisply mentioning about that, phase 1 is conducted on the small group, and phase 2 is on the large group, and phase 3 is compare interventions to standardized treatment and even larger group. And phase 4 is basically the market authorization as per our Drug and Cosmetic Act. Market authorization that is given so that the product can be available in the market, but stringent policies are made in order to report the adverse reactions to the regulatory authority by 2 parameters. One is PMS and PSUR, that periodic monitoring of the drugs and periodic safety update data need to be submitted to the Office of DCGI for further examination. And after review, it is decided that initially the 2 years data submission, which was the clause while giving the permission for the market authorization, need to be terminated or need to be extended for further 2 years to turn down to 4-year data generation. That all depends on the safety of the data and generation of the data from the public. The purpose mainly for the clinical trial is that new treatments and safe, effective drugs to be available for the people, and in order to support the regulatory approvals, the informed medical decisions making the healthcare providers and the patients are playing most important integral part, and new drugs molecules are available to the market. This is one of the important slides, that confidentiality. Before going ahead, we need to understand that what type of weightage need to be given to the confidentiality. In the initial stage of our career, we were also thinking that why confidentiality has given so much importance. The previous presenter, Dr. Vinambika Mahapatra, also has mentioned that informed consent is to be signed, and the confidentiality also need to be maintained, secrecy to be maintained. So why so much importance has given? There are many classical examples. I would like to cite a few examples. That there was a patient who enrolled himself for the clinical trial of who was a HIV infected patient, and he has not disclosed this thing to the society. So one day his neighbor cited him in the hospital, and he casually asked that why this person is there and what is the disease. And in a good faith, one of the team members who were involved in the clinical trial has shared the information to the neighbor, and neighbor has disclosed. This is the case of the Ahmedabad. And the neighbor has shared this particular important and crucial information among the society, and the society people were seeing him from the different eye, and the man has committed suicide. It's a question that had it been under the carpet, had the information not been shared with any of the neighbor, so would have been like his life would have been saved. So this is something like the severity. Likewise, one family who were like the auto rickshaw driver who have involved themselves for the clinical trial, and because of the 2 reasons, to help the clinical trial as well as to get some amount to live the standards to life in a good way. And one of the neighbor again saw that both the people have enrolled, and then he has disclosed to the society, and those people have left that particular area and went to the new area. And moreover, the clinical trial, they have withdrawn from the clinical trial. So these type of the incidents is crucial or a minor has happened. That is what the confidentiality need to be maintained, and at most for the 2, that the patient's rights are also there in order to protect their rights. The confidentiality is in place, and moreover, like any person who is building the trust need to be maintained. And data also, which is there are various means how it is going to be secured. My upcoming slide will be citing those particular techniques which is adopted by the companies. So there is a limited access So we had been to good clinical trials. CROs also we had audited along with the international agencies, and there is a very stringent policy what they had made in order to have a authorized access, and the access to the participants' confidential data is strictly limited, and they have the log chart that these people only are authorized to access this particular clinical trial data because it is involving the high degree of risk to breach once the data is there in the market. It's unethical, and moreover, the confidentiality which has been signed by the doctors and the subject is going to be breached out. Participants' right to control the use for sharing personal information and ensuring the autonomy with a high degree of trust in order to support the research proposal. And that is what the informed consent, which is a part of Drugs and Cosmetic Act, Anti-CT Rule 2019, where the participants are fully informed. And nowadays, like audio visual recording is also put as a part of the system, that whenever any inquiry happens, then they have to, the principal investigator have to show that, okay, we have clearly informed the subject about good and bad things, about the tested drug which is under trial. Transparency of the data for the researchers are given the utmost say importance, and the data collection, processing, sharing, and trust and accountability is the main part to be considered as a privacy for maintaining the clinical trial data. So data protection basically are there for the data minimization. So only necessary data is expected to be asked by the principal investigator from the subject, and which is relevant to the, say, patients. For example, if the drug is having some sort of reactions probably with the alcohol, then only they can ask about that, okay, are you taking the alcohol, smoking, and personal history. And it's not going to invite about the bank details, credit card, about their own professional details. So minimum data need to be asked whatever is required for the, which is having the relevance to the study. And purpose for limitation is that the personal data is solely the purpose that where it can be disclosed, cannot be disclosed by the participants, which is maintaining the trust. And also whenever we need to have the accurate data in place. So some of the people who become habitual in order to enroll themselves for the clinical trial, if they are going to take the, they enroll the clinical trial, other clinical trial, then there may be some sort of adverse reaction because of the other medication. So the data accuracy need to be checked. These are the parameters for the informed, and it is the foundation for the ethical research and empowering the patients for making the voluntary and informed decision about the involvement for the informed consent. And key component has already been listed down as a part of our NDCT rule, and where the participants' right, data confidentiality, and transparency are mentioned over there. And also the informed consent is the process for outline where the participants' rights such as to withdraw and to access his personal data throughout the clinical trial, and have the data rectification also if there is some development happens during the course of the clinical trial, and also to safeguard the privacy and autonomy. This is the again like the personal data and withdrawal, and the other part is portability. The participants can request, and suppose for example there are like two hospitals, and if he is finding that A hospital the staff is not that much cooperative, and B hospital where the staff is very cooperative, and he want to opt from A to B, he have all the rights for the portability, and the data and information will be transferred to the other as per the law, and the right to information to erase participants like inaccurate personal data can be corrected at any point of time. So there are like two key factors which the companies has adopted for GDPR. This is General Data Protection Regulation, and IHPAA. This is health insurance portability and accountability data. There are two most prominent data and protection regulations that govern the handling and personal health information for the clinical trial. For GDPR, this is implemented for encryption, access control, and regular audits are given, and privacy, so that the privacy of the data can be maintained. And this is again the encryption and access control, but for the electronic protection of the health information in the clinical trial. Coming to the role of the institutional review board. So this topic has already been covered by the previous presenter. But here, if you are going to see that ethical reviews to be checked by the conduct of the clinical trial by the review board, and they see that participants' protection and compliance as per the established standard, rules, regulations laid down, either this is a national trial or the global clinical trial as per the standard are met. And they're also IRB also responsible for the clinical trial process to safeguard the rights and well-being of the public and for the ethical process. And they also ensure that risk and benefit, where the trials are happening, there is a risk as well as the benefit. So the balance always are there. And considering the COVID time, the vaccines which was given to the public was having the risk, but considering the higher level of the benefits, the decision was taken by the committee. And this is the live example, what we can see, and was experienced by all the people of India. There are 3 techniques for masking: pseudonymization and then aggregation. So all those techniques are also adopted for masking the identification data, identifiable data, which is happening during the examination as the examination controllers as well. And for like the code is given in certain cases, and where the bunch of the data for the larger group is kept, so that it is very difficult to take out that particular information from the bunch of the data. The breach is most important, because whenever it happens, so need to be immediately intimated to the regulatory authorities as well as the institutional review board and ethics committee as well. So quickly, as soon as it's identified, so the sources are expected to be isolated, and in order to prevent the unauthorized access or the loss of the data, because in market the health data is also given much more say value like the other data. So the people are there where they're taking for the where they're asking for the health data, and there's some disturbances. Is it clear? Okay, so assessment for the breach and impact is thoroughly investigated by the team, which is designed for the severity of the incidences and evaluation of the risk which is affected the participants in the organization. There's a team which is responsible, and there's a standard operating procedure as well as the responsibility defined within the company. So those people are responsible in case the breach happens, and what will the impact is need to be analyzed, and the respective review board or the review authority will examine the risk and take the safeguard for the subject which is enrolled in the clinical trial. This notification and reporting is also an important part, which just now we had covered, that in case of the compromised data, so the necessary steps to be taken in order to protect the further information, and the authorities, if they feel that this is important to report and breach has happened, the CDSCO is the nodal agency for giving the permissions to conduct the clinical trial. So this is the exercise what we used to conduct when the physical presence happens for the participants, and where we used to give that, okay, subject suffering from the chronic disease, and wife sometime is not disclosed about that particular chronic disease, and if the information is shared by any of the clinical trial to the wife, and how much the situation tough when the family reaches to the doctor and the team, and doctor has to handle the situation. So over that exercises, what conclusion we had drawn, that no situation is as simple as we think it will be, because there's tough heated arguments which happen with the family and the doctors, and information is offered may or may not be accurate or as truthful, or sometimes it is shocking. And counseling is an essential part for the entire process, is the conclusion, and the biggest and challenging situation can also be addressed with the counseling. This is the again another part which is digital trials and is alarming situation where increased data collection points happens by the digital, but cyber security risk is more when the things are put on the server and hackers hack the data across the globe. And it is especially happening for the global clinical trial happening in the number of countries, including India as well. So for that, to secure the digital data, so utilization, secure encryption, digital platform, data collection and storage can enhance the participant confidentiality in the digital trial. So there are techniques by which the data protection is given the most say value as well as the weightage and the check and balance parameters are put in order to ensure that this data is safe in the safe custody. So safety is in the clinical trial is also most important, paramount, and requiring the comprehensive approach to safety assessment as well as the monitoring. And for the pre-clinical trial, so safety assessment is also done, risk benefit analysis, and regulatory approval is also the mandatory part, where Dr. Devesh Gupta has mentioned about the process, about the CDSCO. So just to briefly tell you about that, when the company submit the research proposal in the form of the protocol, clinical trial protocol, it is examined by the team. So one word which is used as a non-technical, so I'm sorry to say, but all the technical peoples are there in the CDSCO. And they examine the protocol, and definitely there is the support is sought from the individual experts, committee experts in the subject expert committee, where the company used to visit and deliberate their proposal. And once the proposal accepted, rejected, the decision is uploaded on the website of CDSCO. So such a transparent system has happened, and the reporting for the adverse reactions and serious adverse reactions over the period of time is a continuous monitoring system. And we have a dedicated team which is sitting at one of the place at say Delhi, and also there is a online mechanism for the adverse reaction which can be voluntarily updated to the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, which is by the Vigilac or Vigilize. And there's a team also at IPC Ghaziabad, which is the nodal agency, for the adverse reaction monitoring, and recognized by WHO, WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center. So UMC is basically the main area where globally they are controlling, they are examining the adverse reaction, and if anything wrong happens, so they generate the signal across the globe. Likewise, WHO at India as a national has recognized IPC, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission at Ghaziabad, which is the nodal agency for India, and they generate the signal for India and submit their data to the WHO for further examination, because metabolic activity, geographical distribution, many areas are there which may have a different type of the say outcome. But yes, one feedback across the globe is utilized and examined country specific. So certain drugs are banned in certain countries because of the geographical distribution, because of the eating habit and metabolic activities. So it is not one country has banned that drug will be banned for the other countries as well. So there clinical trial safety guidelines for the preclinical safety assessment, adverse events, serious adverse events, monitoring adverse events, as well as the role for the safety monitoring committee, safety data analysis, risk management, clinical trial, post-trial safety monitoring. So I'll be covering and touching this important topic, not in detail, but just as an overview, so that it will be good understanding for all the participants. So first thing is the preclinical studies, which is testing model is the animal, and where the safety and efficacy of the investigational drug or the treatment before moving in the human trial is identified, and its potential risks are established, so that when the drug is given to the human being, will be having a high safety index and less toxic index. and risk benefit analysis is also done before putting the drugs into the human being, and potential risk identified and anticipate which is anticipated for the benefits in the studies, and helping to ensure that the research is ethical and justified and participants well-being is prioritized over here. And based on the all preclinical studies, so the FDA gives the review the documents and check the design, the production of the participants, their safety index, as well as the standard and guideline compliances, and then only the approval is given for further moving ahead for the trial. So adverse events, unfavorable medical occurrences which happens during the clinical trial and may or may not be related to the drug, but sometimes the medicines with the concomitant medications may also evolve. Food, different food, and eating habits may also evolve certain unwanted effects, undesirable say events. So that is reported and built as a part of the pack insert, which is the information to the patients. Examples for the adverse events are including in the mild headache, severe allergic reactions, stroke, heart attack, and maybe sometimes it's serious in nature, and those type of the classification are clearly spelled out. And sometimes we had observed that the protocol, which is initially submitted as a design protocol for the conduct of the clinical trial, has undergone the number of reviews and the changes, and those impact is analyzed by the Office of DCGI, by the dedicated team with the help of the experts, that whether this is the minor adverse reaction or major, and the change in the protocol is a minor or a major. In case of major, the again process adopted from the scratch. Serious adverse events had listed down crucial stories in past, and defined as those where the life-threatening activity happened and result in the hospitalization, cause significant disability. So there are many examples, even for the medical devices where the hip implant, hip replacement has happened with one of the multinational company, has resulted many patients suffer for the permanent disability. The compensation was used for 200 to 250 crore to the subject, but that was the compensation. Whether the life has been challenged, the answer is yes, and a great yes. How it can be protected is the again a question, and that things can be prevented further if the action is taken beforehand. So that is the serious adverse reaction, and promptly within hourly basis, minute basis, the things should be taken care of. And in case of the severe allergic reactions, the immediate medical interventions and also the prevention for the long term or the death can also be saved in many of the cases. And in case the drug is prone to have multiple serious adverse reactions, so the office is withdrawing, the office is directing the company to withdraw that particular clinical trial. So this important is for monitoring, promptly reporting to the Office of DCGI in order to have a better safety for the patients. And regular health checkup and participants reporting is their two most important part for the adverse drug monitoring system, where the data for the electronic form is utilized and captured, is facilitate for the collection as well as the analysis. Nowadays, the artificial intelligence tool is used by most of the clinical trial data, because if you are going to see that all checkpoints, they have 40,000 or ranges up to the lakhs. So how the things can be better monitored and can better accessed? So this is the artificial tool. Top 10 companies have already adopted the artificial tool for data correction, for data identification, or identification of particular area by where they are finding that, okay, this requires some addition, deletion, or monitoring, further monitoring. And these are the 3 steps where the reporting has to be done immediately to the regulatory body, including Indian FDA or the international global FDA, where the participants has suffered for any of the adverse reactions. So timeline has already been given that in case of the adverse reaction, normal or the serious, so those companies need to act accordingly. And detailed documentation for the comprehensive documentation need to be investigated and to be submitted to the regulatory authorities and for further examination. And if needed, the regulatory authority also depute the team for investigating the matter and going to the root cause so that the other subjects who are involved in the clinical trial can also be saved. So communication with the participants is also an important part where any adverse reactions happen. Those people who are enrolled in the clinical trial must also be appraised about the outcome. This is one of the important area where the pharmacovigilance, material vigilance program of India, adverse event monitoring and analysis are happening. And the case has evolved from the thalidomide disaster. And this is important slide where you will see that pharmacovigilance program of India is the nodal agency is the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, which is at Ghaziabad. For material vigilance program of India, this is Shri Chitra Tribunal Institute of Medical Sciences, Trivandrum, and the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission from 2018 onwards, they are taking care. And Hemovigilance Program of India is the National Institute of Biological Noida with the support of even IPC. So both are working in the collaborative approaches. Biovigilance at AIIMS New Delhi and antimicrobial resistance at JIPMAR Pondicherry. These steps which is identified for the pharmacovigilance program of India, which is the science and activities related to the detection, then thorough assessment and understanding about that root cause analysis and how this particular risk can be prevented. So adverse event or any other medical device related problem once the device is available for the public use and these type of the reporting system and known occurrence is the main phenomenal fundamental parameter which is given on the topmost priority. This is again the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. If you're going to talk about the various that how the system has evolved from 2010 onwards. So we are going to talk about say pharmacovigilance program of India where adverse reaction drug monitoring centers are touching to 1,000 and for the medical device we are having 451 centers. So I'm this particular slide always reminds me the time way back 2010 when myself and Dr. Kalai Selvin at IPC had been to UMC, Uppsala Monitoring Center, and had almost 1 month residency there and learned about the UMC for the pharmacovigilance reporting system. And at the time, hardly 10 centers were there, but over the period of time, this is the figure which is coming up. And for the information of all the participants, now we had touched to almost 8 lakhs of the reporting, adverse drug reporting database from the Indian portal, which is also supplied to the Uppsala Monitoring Center for the benefit of the people across the globe. Identification, assessment, mitigation, and monitoring is the ICH guideline headings. So I suggest all the participants to go through the ICH guideline and you will find it very interesting in order to have the better control and monitor over the clinical trial. And it's not that the trial is over, the permission is given. There is a regular mechanism for the safety monitoring where the importance for the long-term safety assessment as well as the follow-up studies and patient registries are maintained, and this is the throughout the cycle. Though the Drug and Cosmetic Act are saying that post approval, for the new drug, the span is for 4 years. After 4 years, it will be open to public as far as the Indian drugs and cosmetic is concerned. But considering the pharmacovigilance program, it is considered throughout the life cycle of the drug. And now this is the mandatory part that every pharmaceutical company must have pharmacovigilance cell into their company. There are great challenges for the confidentiality and the safety, which has to have the balanced data access and the privacy, as well as the timely adverse event reporting and advanced data encryption techniques, which is used. And as I mentioned about the artificial intelligence, most of the companies are using this artificial intelligence as one of the tool to implement this data. And for the workload, this is the FDA building. So FDA building where the all regulations for the country happens. And if you see that this much data is generated, so I remember the time 2010 where like 50,000 such papers were lying over there, and when we have started filtering those and entering into the system, so it's a talk of 2010. So that has given us like 450 death, and 450 death has further investigated, and the file was put up to the higher ups, and then the things are taken to like formation of the guideline, which is now termed as a compensation guideline for the death cases and all. So likewise, if you are going to see in the conclusion slide, this is perhaps the second last slide, that prioritizing the participants' safety and well-being to ensure that safety of the well-being of the clinical trial of the participant is the paramount, and with robust clinical assessment, adverse event monitoring, and in independent safety oversight, and also uphold the ethical principles and maintaining the highest ethical, including the informed consent, data confidentiality, and transparency is a crucial protection for the right of the autonomy of the participants. And also the continual improvement and regulatory compliance is the mandatory part. So take home message from here that essence of the creativity is the ability to spot possibility, and there always the possibility in each and every day, each and every data, if it is going to be examined in a good way. There are many drugs which has been aimed for certain disease, but from the side effect, it has given the side effect as a more prominent as a say upcoming drug molecule for that particular side effect. So transformation and challenging are the opportunities, and whenever these such challenges happens in clinical trial, each and every day is giving us the opportunity. So working together, we can make incredible India. With this, thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
One of the audience has raised a question that is put in your text box.
See, as far as the say AI is concerned, so company have their own developed software. It's not like the Chat GPT or open to public. So they develop their own algorithm and generate the data, and the confidentiality with the IT cell is taken care of, where even the trail for the entire say login as well as the access of the data is maintained in the companies.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much. If there is no other question, anybody can put in the chat box and I will be happy to answer it. Otherwise, we'll close the session.
Any questions, please?
Thank you so much. Only that is mentioned. Great session, Dr. Naresh. So thank you so much. I love to have such type of these sessions, and looking forward to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjan, for the opportunity, and wish you all the best for this upcoming meet.
Sir, I'm highly thankful to you that you could spare time, and we would have loved your coming, but unfortunately you could not come this time. And next time we'll obviously request you to reach there in person, because the magnetic personality like you, when shares the thoughts in front of the crowd, I have seen that magnanimity of your personality, right? So no issue, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time from your hard-pressed schedule. And I'm sure all the participants must have got the words of wisdom. You are a river of knowledge in terms of clinical trials, right? So what is better than hearing from horse's mouth, who is already handling all the things? Over to Dr. Nagaraj. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll be having a tea break for 15 minutes or 10 minutes. Okay, excuse me. Okay, we'll conclude. We'll have a tea break now for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Good afternoon, all of you. The next speaker we have in offline mode, Dr. Sucheta Banerjee Kurundkar, who is PhD in biochemistry from University of Pune, and she has also done MBA in quality management, and also she has completed MSc in clinical trials. She is at present working as director research at CAHER, that is our institution, and she was former director of training at CDSA, that is DBT Government of India, and honorary senior research fellow University College of London. Okay, she has more than 5 publications in her credit. We welcome you, ma'am, for this session. Madam wants to leave early. She has some other meeting, so she'll be taking over the session quickly.
Hi, Namaskar. Am I audible to the last person? Okay. Good afternoon. Ideally, 4:10 is the session ending time and it's 4:15. I'll just try and see whether I can do the max. So I wanted to know how many of you have ever heard about clinical research, clinical trial. You can just raise your hand. Okay. How many of you are students? Only one is student? Okay. How many are you from pharmacy background? How many from medical background? Okay. How many from dental? Okay, great. Do you know the prospect of clinical trials in India by any chance? There's a huge prospect, and every day I get a lot of requests from across globe asking that, do you recommend somebody who can be in this work, that work? I was earlier in Department of Biotechnology, and we used to run a course on MSc in clinical trials, and every batch we used to get full recruitment before they pass out. So there's a huge market if you are well trained, if you are from medical, dental, maybe pharmacy fields, you have a huge exposure left. So I do not know whether did we cover today the GCP's all the principles properly, because I will not then visit that. I have put a thing as express because I will speak a little faster, and I believe something is very close to my heart, that all of us try hard to become better. But the crux of becoming better is what Father of Quality said. He said it is not enough to do your best. You must know what to do and then do your best. The birth of a standard, the birth of a guideline is a proof that it tells you what you have to do best. So this GCP course may be among the very few courses which is a professional course. So, and I have been engaged in teaching GCP for last maybe 18 years. And I started something which is first in the world when I was in Government of India called GCP PCS, Good Clinical Practice Professional Certification Scheme. And this never existed in the world. And if you are GCP trained and you can take that exam is like an entrance test and anybody can take. If you take an exam and you pass the exam, then you become globally eligible for jobs, whether in Canada, US, Europe. So that was the thing which we did with Quality Council of India and NABCB. NABCB is also a partner for international accreditation. So that becomes internationally recognized. So you put GCP PCS and you will go to the website. Without further ado, I just wanted to tell you that R3, that is not the RRR, which was released for Oscar. R3 is the latest guideline, internationally valid, which was released on 6th January 2025. Since it is released, I think I'm taking the first session of R3. Before that, I have not taken. Majority of the slides that I had made earlier were all based on R2. The Government of India's CDSCO GCP is 24 years old, 2001. Whereas the international guideline is 2025. So there is a huge bridge of gap. And I'm sure that there are been work doing in the back end where India will come up to that. But if you want to give interviews to job, apply and say that you're GCP certified, you'll get a certificate. If you're GCP certified, they will ask questions. And the topic that I take today are exactly the questions you will be asked when you give interview. So my request is just to pay attention, because if you're a part of clinical trial or a clinical research or your MDM, MDS or MPharm or whichever masters you are studying, even grads you are studying, it becomes very important. So the GCP standard said earlier about design, but this standard says about planning. This states about initiating, performing, recording. These are one word, but it has huge meaning for that. As an NABH assessor for ethics committees in India, as an Sitkar FERCAP international surveyor for ethics committees for clinical trials in India, I have been fortunate to see many ethics committees and clinical trials in the world. When I was studying MSc in clinical trials from the University College London, I was taught about all the international guidelines. Being in UK, they were not very specific to UK. So I feel that when we study here in India, we should also study whatever are the international guidelines, not only specific to India. I have never spoken on sponsor and institution because I always used to speak about other topics. It's happy. And I never tagged sponsor with institution, because sponsor always works with monitor and institution always works with investigate. To me, it is a very interesting combination, and the sponsor and institutions are very important stakeholder. And why I want to tell you is that because if you want a job, these are the two areas you will get job. One, to the sponsor, it can be anybody. International Pfizer, Glenmark, Novartis, Novo Nordisk, Indian Glenmark, Sun Pharma, Alchem, you name it, and they are doing a lot of research. There are a lot of clinical research happening in here at KLE. And if you want to take job as a CRC, then the institution, CRA for the sponsor. So both the jobs are very important, and the people who have a technical background can become good medical writer. There's a dearth of medical writers in the world. While sitting here, I got 2 people requesting me, can you suggest a very good medical writer? So anybody who has a medical knowledge clubbed with the knowledge of GCP can be a good choice. So let me dive down into sponsor responsibilities. When we say sponsor, what do we think? That this program is sponsored by State Bank of India. So that means all the money that has been put to make this program is sponsored. Similarly, in clinical trial, anybody who has initiated is called the sponsor. But there is a catch in that. If you see the definition of R3, I'm just using the latest version. R3 says that investigator is the person who will initiate, take the responsibility, and also organize funding. So when I was earlier in my organization, people used to tell that Department of Biotechnology, because I was from Department of Biotechnology, DBT is the sponsor. DBT is not the sponsor. DBT is the funding agency. ICMR is the sponsor. ICMR is the funding agency. There's a difference between sponsor and funding. This is a very, very common question people ask in interviews, also in discussions. There is some terminology called sponsor investigator. Very interesting, internationally very valid. Suppose you are a pharmacy medical student and you have discovered something. You found that I have some patch which I will use and that can cure some scar or can cure some pain. And you become the investigator who will fund your own research. You might have done some in-house work. Then you become the sponsor investigator. Very, very important. Sponsor investigators are rare in India, but internationally, especially in UK, we find a lot of sponsor investigators. This is the formula I have put to understand who is a sponsor. I feel a person who selects, I do not know why the screen is not moving. Is there some issue with the screen? Because the screen has got stuck here. Can anybody help? Is there any slide mover? Okay. So until unless you see the screen, yes, something went wrong there. Okay. So I have thought that remembering this as an acronym makes very easy, and sponsor actually has lot of responsibility. Entire clinical trial is sponsor's responsibility, because sponsor thought that this product will reduce obesity. This product will cure or prevent cancer. So a sponsor is the one who selects protocol, PI, that is principal investigator, institution, who pursues with regulatory affairs, takes approval from regulators, that is CDSU in India, ethics committee from the institution, and also connects with the investigator. PI is the principal investigator. Organizes trial logistics. It's not so easy. I have been part and parcel of both the areas. Also organizes funding, negotiates budgets and contracts. We'll speak about bipartite, tripartite, supports investigator and monitor. The best job that one can go. If you're not a clinician, if you're a clinician, you become an investigator. That's a straight road. You can be a dentist, you can be a medicine person, and you become an investigator. If you're not a clinician, then you can become a monitor, or you can become a CRC. CRC is Clinical Research Coordinator, who is based in Sikeli. And CRA will be, suppose, somebody from Novo Nordisk who will come as CRA. CRA is monitor. So these two are the jobs which are huge in number, lot of lucrative, and has a lot of exposures if you know GCP properly. Then the sponsor supports the investigator, who is the busiest person, and also the monitor. The monitor is always appointed by sponsor. The quality is the legal responsibility of the sponsor. And sponsor is also responsible for everything from top to bottom. Now, this is something very important to understand, is that when we think of a sponsor, that I have met with so many clinical trial during audits and assessments, I have felt that sometimes sponsor has a lot of hope that this investigator or this institution will be very good. Just like this lady hoped that the person she is marrying in US has a house in Bihar, in Jhumri Talaya, and he says that I have a house with a pool. And she is imagining that it might be like Hyatt Marriott pool. But the boy was not lying. He did have a pool, he did have a house, but it was a house and where the buffaloes, cows, mother-in-law, father-in-law all used to swim together. So this is the big problem which happens with sponsor. They assume, and the spelling of assume is ASS. We know what it means. Then there is a U in between. And unfortunately, there is me after that. So assume is the most dangerous word in the world. The moment you assume he loves me, I love him, there is all mess. So we need to stop assuming and start ensuring. And that's the entire GCP's crux. Stop assuming. So sponsor assumes that this is a very big hospital, there's a very famous investigator, and they select him. And what happens at the end is that the investigator is so busy, doesn't have time, doesn't have patience. Many times the investigator paints himself or herself as a tiger. Remember, cat and tiger are both from cat family. But if there are 5 cats walking in the road, you won't be worried. But if I say there are 5 tigers inside this conventional hall, you will all lock yourself and probably go under the table or chairs. So there's a difference. So when an investigator says that I have so many patients, when you start working with the investigator, you will find that with the inclusion-exclusion criteria, he has very less patients. So it's very important for us to work and understand this. The R3 guideline is very focused on sponsor, investigator. All others are vanished. And I'm focusing on sponsor because investigator will be spoken by my next colleague. And I will tell something which are very important. There are 17 responsibilities of sponsor written logically. This is new as per 6th Jan 2025. And it's very cumbersome to tell all the things. So I will tell you in very short. The sponsor is responsible for design. In quality, there is a concept called quality is by design. For example, you want to make very good kunda. Belgavi is very famous for kunda. So if you want to make very good kunda, you can only make kunda if you have good milk, the cook is trained, you have a clean utensil, you have all the ingredients, including sugar and cardamom and others, correct? So quality is by design. Only by making a kunda and just putting some saffron or kaju badam cannot make the kunda good. So similarly for a trial, it's very, very important that it is designed properly. Clinical trials are very expensive. And as a result, there is a lot of money and a lot of work. Many of my many of my students have migrated to Canada, US, Middle East, and they are doing very well in the clinical trials, but they were all very strong in GCP. And with the GCP and little exposure in industry, they were able to make global footprints across. And that concept of GCP should be there with everybody who has studied. The guideline is 86 pages, which is new, and every word makes a difference. So I'll try to simplify the way max possible. There is something called critical to quality. So if you are studying, you want to get high marks, good marks, you want to apply for a job, what is critical to quality? You will have to first do a root cause analysis, that my weak point is pharmacology or my weak point is anatomy. So that is my stopping, that is my place where I need to work. So critical to quality means the things which are very critical to make the outcome change. In trial design, it's how you design the trial. Many of the trials are very complex in nature. You need to know what is the root. Have you got any data for that? What are the parameters you have considered? And there are international standards for that. You don't have to scratch your head. There is a standard called General Considerations for Clinical Studies, which is just like GCP's E6, that is E8. E stands for efficacy as per ICH. And R3 means this is the third version. R1 was 1996, R2 was 2016, and R3 is 2025. So 3 versions. So very important that we design which is fit for purpose. When you want to study, start a study, like I have worked in clinical trial industry for several years, 14 years in industry and probably 12 years in government. And I have found that many of the sponsors, they start the trial, but they don't have the funding because clinical trials demand a lot of money. It's in crores and crores if you want to plan a trial, which you are planning to have a regulatory approval. So having the resources is very important and backup of the resources. Secondly, who will do what? Very important. That's what people ask in interviews, that do you know the role of CRA? Do you know the role of CRC? Do you know what sponsors' responsibilities are? And it's very important to know that and understand that it has to be written. There's a saying in GCP that whatever is not documented is not done. But when I go for assessment as an NABH assessor, NABL assessor, or WHO, I always see that like medicine is evidence-based. I would like to see, like I went for an assessment to a place where they said that everything was done by the investigator. Okay. So the investigator has done the informed consent and everything. And I said, I just want to have a CCTV camera footage. And they could not show me the CCTV camera footage. That day it was garbled. They could not show me anything. And then I found that the investigator was not in India. Forget about that city and place. So that is the evidence of the proof. It is very important to write. That's why the people in clinical trial, like me, they always sign with date. I never sign without a date. It's by practice. Because if you sign without a date, you do not know when did you sign. And that's the first step of mistake. And we call it SNDT, signature, name, date, time. It makes you very free from problems. Qualification and training. The sponsor is supposed to choose a person. Like when you apply, you write your education qualification, you write your experience, and you write your training. The E²T decides how good you are as a candidate, whether for the job or for any of your next career perspectives. Similarly, sponsor always selects the best candidate. And how do they select? Usually they select the investigator. And then they Ask the investigator, where would you like to do? And the investigator says that I have a private practice, but I work also in KLE Hospital. And because they have very good infrastructure, their ethics committee is NABH, national accreditation, Sitkar for CAP, international accreditation. And this 2 accreditation is very tough because I am an assessor to both this assessments, NABH and Sitkar for CAP, very tough. I only know Tata Mumbai who has both apart from KLE. So that means the KLE's ethics committee has to be very good. Without that, you will not get. And the person, the sponsor chooses the investigator and then chooses the institution. So first, sponsor chooses the investigator based on the credentials. So they usually target the HOD or HOD, if HOD is very busy, the next person. Financial agreements. All people in medical field or technical or scientific field are very poor in financial management. You might be earning, but you may not be putting the way you want to get it. And the difference you will learn when you study, if anybody has a chance or to work with a person who has studied MBA, especially MBA finance, you will find when they're studying, they have started SIP, they have started this management, they're purchasing that shares, they've invested in some gold, they have purchased some ETF, gold ETF. So by background, people in scientific field are poor in finance. And that is a very big problem. 2 days ago, I was speaking with HOD of one department here in JNMC. He and she both are very accomplished professors, very known clinicians. The only thing that they told to me that I will do everything, but you help me with the budget. So knowing the budget is very important, and it is not their fault. They have not been trained. They do not have time. So knowing the budget is very important. And this is sponsor who is very clever. If you don't know the budget, they will cut the budget. And the sponsor has an agreement called bipartite and tripartite. In bipartite, sponsor and institution. In tripartite, sponsor, institution, and investigator. Always apply tripartite. In interview, sometimes people ask tripartite. Why? Because जब डूबेंगे तो साथ में डूबेंगे. Otherwise, suddenly the investigator vanishes and the institution is left orphan. These agreements are all written. These are legal documents, and these all have monetary things written. There are milestone payments, and this has to be updated. There is something called coordinating investigator, and this is a very important when you have multi-centric trials. So there are 16 trial centers in the world. 3 are in India. And there is one coordinating investigator, and he's sitting somewhere in Scotland, and he is the one who is organizing all those. So it's very, very important to know that. So remember that the sponsor can decide to give all the activities to somebody, whereas next your job opportunities are CROs. Now, R3 has decided to use the term called service provider. Service providers are the people who are CROs. They have changed the name. This is the people who will give you the maximum salary and maximum job. To name few CROs are IQVIA, Icon, Parexel. These are all companies. And if you open their website, you will be amazed to see how many opportunities they have, not only in India, Asia, and global. What they require is your educational qualification, your training in clinical research and exposure, and a GCP certificate. Remember, this GCP certificate will land you there. But if you don't clear the interview, you will not land anywhere. So it's very important to have a clarity. So sponsor, suppose let us think sponsor as Pfizer or say Johnson & Johnson. They want to do a clinical trial on an obesity trial. That means anti-obesity. And they find a company, say IQVIA. IQVIA was earlier known as Quintiles. They select Quintiles and they want to do a study in KLE. So what happens? They will select somebody from bariatric group. They will select somebody who is from medicine, probably as a PI, co-PI, and then they will have a bipartite, tripartite agreement. In that case, Pfizer can give all the responsibility to the CRO IQVIA, which is now known as service provider. But suppose the CRO makes a mistake. All the legal responsibilities is Pfizer's. Let me give you an example by making it simple. A mother has hired a babysitter, and the babysitter has gone with a child who is very naughty. Very naughty. Suppose the child's name is Karthik, the babysitter's name is Rama. Now Rama gets a call from her husband who never calls, and she cannot leave Karthik to take the call. Rama finds her friend Asha, who is also looking after another child, babysitter again. And she says, please look after Karthik, is very naughty. My husband is calling. Let me take the call. Now Rama takes the call. When she looks back, Karthik is crying. He has fallen down and this blood is oozing from both his knees. Who is responsible? Rama or Asha? Huh? Huh? Yes. A big round of applause for madam. ताली बजाने से बॉडी का सेहत अच्छी रहती है, ठीक है? Rama, because Rama has delegated the responsibility to Asha, but Rama takes the money from the lady to look after the child. So exactly like is the sponsor's delegation of duty. The sponsor can give the duty to CRO, but if CRO doesn't do, then the sponsor will not select. I had spent my life in CRO and I understand the pain of becoming a good CRO and how sponsors selects you. Sponsors usually are very stringent in selecting a good CRO. And if you do multinational trials, they are more stringent. Sponsor is responsible for selecting investigator. And here is the catch. Once, I'm talking about 18 years ago, I get a call that this investigator is not listening to me. The investigator is from a hypothetical place, same Hyderabad. And let us assume the person's name is Dr. Rao. So I get a call saying that Dr. Rao is not listening to me. Then I speak to Dr. Rao. That time I was in a CRO. I say, "What, Dr. Rao, what happened?" Dr. Rao say, "How can you send somebody who is just a B.Pharm, who is asking me, I am DM, and asking me some silly, funny questions on protocol?" So I had to stop Dr. Rao and say, "Dr. Rao, the monitor who is B.Pharm may be B.Pharm by degree, but he is the best person to train you on protocol. We are not training, the monitor is not teaching you on the study subject of cardiology. He is telling you the protocol where you have a lot of non-compliances. If you're not comfortable, we will be very happy to take you out as an investigator." He was in a very bad mood. He said, yes, please take me out. I said immediately, within 5 minutes, I had faxed, because those were the days, faxed email that from 1st April, it was not 1st April, 1st April XY, you are no more the principal investigator. We are sending a letter to the regulator also. He was removed. He could not imagine that he can be terminated in 5 minutes. 3 months later to 6 months later, he calls me frantically telling that it was my mistake. What is the choice of getting it back? This is the story, that investigators sometimes have this issue because they're very busy, they have ego problem, they cannot accept any person as monitor who is less learned than him or her. But it is not the degree that the investigator has, it is the knowledge of GCP, which investigator usually doesn't have a good knowledge of GCP, at least in India, I can tell. Internationally, yes, because every year in University College London, all the investigators, all the professors who are teaching in MRC-CTU, Medical Research Center Clinical Trial Unit, where I was associated with and still associated, we have to give every year a GCP exam online, and it is tough and it is an open book, but you can't answer it. Neither will ChatGPT give you the answers. So you have to have this, which you do not have in India. And that is the reason. So investigators are not good in GCP. So if you are good in GCP, you will be hired. If you're very good in the background, you will also be exported to different countries. So what should sponsor do? Sponsor should select an investigator who has a good background, has done studies, and should provide with an investigator brochure, which is the thickest document you will find, and also with the protocol. Protocol is the document which is like Gita, Quran, Bible, Guru Granth Sahib. Whatever is written in the protocol has to be done. If the protocol says that you close one eye and walk, you have to close one eye and walk. That is the stringency of protocol. Sponsor is also responsible for writing to regulatory, because they have to fill up all those as per the new drugs and clinical trials rules. Today you might have heard from Dr. Reddy ji, and also take approval from CDSU as well as approval from Ethics Committee. This letter should be written. This letter should be this letter is most important. I'll tell you a story of, I was doing an NABH assessment and I had gone to a place. Let us assume the place is Mumbai. And I meet one of the best investigator of India, best. He has done 23 international trials. He's one of the most accomplished. I could not find any non-compliance because his team is very good. And suddenly, because all auditors have those eyes, We are trained for that. I find a document from CDSU which says, Dr. Ram Singh, you are the principal investigator of study this, protocol this, signed by the Drugs Controller General of India. And his name is not Dr. Ram Singh, his name is Dr. Sham Singh. And this is a major non-compliance. When I tell him, he is astonished because the study is over 5 years ago. Because you can be audited several years after your trial is over. So it is very important that clinical trial, when you handle people, it's very important that you are very cognizant about small things that can lead to big problem. Sponsor oversight. Now, this is extremely important, and this job is always here. Sponsor wants to do an oversight and sponsor doesn't have time. Sponsor might be sitting in different countries, and many of the people in the world would like to now do clinical trials in India. Why? Most populous country, maximum number of young population. So it is already a good market. Now they want somebody who can speak vernacular language, because India is not like England where you have only one language, or France where you only speak French. If you come to Karnataka, you need to speak Kannada. So there is a huge demand because you have vernacular language strength. You also have a GCP strength, and many companies will come, and they have already started coming, provided we have a better regulatory scenario and give the confidence to them. We already have the NDCT rules is a proof that Government of India has been very serious about clinical trials. So auditing and monitoring are these two areas. I started my job as an auditor. Actually, I started my job as a quality person. Monitoring is the first step. When in clinical trial, the monitors are known as CRA, Clinical Research Associate. They're recruited, they're paid by the pharma company, and they come to sites like KLE and they visit and see what exactly is happening here. And audit are little bit up. When people have monitored, the sponsor sends auditors. Auditors usually have white hairs, not that necessarily they have white hairs, but they have huge years of experience, because doing audit itself requires that kind of skill set to do that. So after monitoring comes auditors, and after auditors are actually inspectors. Because we are not inspected a lot, audit is our highest level. Otherwise, inspection is the highest level. And inspection is always by the regulatory authority. And auditing and monitoring is always by sponsor. And ethics committee can also do monitoring, but ethics committee doesn't do audit. So ethics committee only audit, sponsor audit and monitoring, and regulators only inspections. These are the terminologies. For the quality management, this is based on risk. And risk-based, anything risk-based is very important. Like if you want your life to be risk-based, you need to plan. So there's a saying, failing to plan is planning to fail. So if you don't plan, that means you're sure going to fail. So in quality management, the risk-based is that you have to identify the risk, you have to categorize the risk, you have to evaluate the risk, you have to mitigate the risk, you need to communicate the risk, there'll be risk residual, you need to review the risk, and then you have to do a reporting. This is extremely important. There's an international standard called ISO 31000, and this is based on that. What are the risks in a clinical trial? The greatest risk is any patient who is enrolled in a trial has died. I have spent days together, not taking water, not sleeping, not eating, because I had an SA in the site. And although I am not in charge of that site, but because there is a serious adverse event and the patient enrolled in a clinical trial has died, I couldn't rest until the things are resolved. And if you have studied today NDCT rules, there is a turnaround time. Within that, you have to report, you have to do a study to find out, because serious adverse event, the name itself says it's very serious. So very important is that, is your investigational product, the new medicine that you're giving, whether oral or parenteral, is causing any risk? Secondly, are you taking patients for granted? So I used to do some interviews with patients. I myself have been a clinical trial patient for 2 clinical trial. And when last year I had 2 Lancet publications. The first Lancet was making a global charter in the world which doesn't exist on healthy volunteers in clinical trials. The second Lancet is about Declaration of Helsinki, where I had spoken about missed opportunity. The Declaration of Helsinki is like our Hippocrates Oath. So Declaration of Helsinki also did not consider participants as volunteers, and it's very important to consider this. So it's very important to understand these are all risk areas we should understand. The best way to remember quality assurance and quality control is, let us think about quality control as glucometer, as a Sphygmomanometer. You will use a glucometer to understand whether you are hypoglycemic, hyperglycemic, and then you will take a decision. So glucometer and sphygmometer monitors your blood pressure and blood glucose. With that monitoring, you can control it. So control, monitor. So that means quality control is monitor's job. Quality assurance. Let us think about mobile charger. We all have faced in our life that you have charged the mobile but did not switch it on. Happened? Many people will say, yes, yes, I can see a lot of people smiling and nodding. This is quality assurance. So I usually first switch on and then put a plug, because there is good chance that if you do plug first, you may not switch on. But if you switch on, you will surely plug it. So there are this mechanism where you ensure to switch on the plug is assurance that you have switched on. And quality assurance is to find out, check it, assure. And that's the job of auditor. So easy to remember is quality assurance is A, so it is auditor. Quality control is like blood pressure control, which monitors your blood pressure, so it's a monitor. Best way to remember is that. Non-compliance. Non-compliance is something like Jana tha Japan, pahunch gaye Cheen, samajh gaye na. So there was a song. He wanted to go to Japan, he went to China. So that's a non-compliance. Suppose we say in our standard operating procedure that we want to make a suture which is only 7 sutures. Or every day in the OT, we will only wear blue color dress. But instead of blue color, after some time, somebody who starts wearing white, somebody wants gray, then there is a non-compliance. Non-compliance means you have written and you have not done. So I use a dialogue which is from a film by Salman Khan, which is very important in clinical trials, is that एक बार मैंने अपना कह दिया तो मैं अपना भी नहीं सुनता हूँ. That is the spirit of non-compliance. You have told and you will follow and you will not listen to anything else. If you do that, then you will have least number of NCs. When you have an NC, for example, when you realize that you're getting less marks or you're not getting the scope, have you ever thought of doing a root cause analysis? Root cause matlab kyun hua hai? So root cause can be done by a policy called 5W1H. Who, why, when, where, what, and last is how. If you do a root cause analysis, you will always find the answer. The other root cause analysis is asking why 5 times. Why did I get up late? My alarm did not ring. Why did my alarm did not ring? Because my mobile was switched off. Why was my mobile switched off? Because I forgot my charger. Why did I forgot my charger? Because I left my cabin in hurry and I did not bring it. Why did I did not bring it? Because I had not thought about bringing it at all. So after the 5 why, you will know that you got up late because you did not bring the charger from office. That is the real root cause. So what will you do? You will now have an action. You will either ensure that when you lock your cabin, you will get your charger and everything, or like me, you will have a checklist, or you will buy another charger and keep at home. So it's very important for us to understand root cause analysis and corrective and preventive action. Sometimes we do a corrective actions, which is stopgap arrangement, jugaad. Like you call a plumber to correct your tap because the tap is leaking. The plumber comes, it starts working. 5 days after that, again the tap starts leaking, and that's the problem. So that's not a real corrective action. Safety assessment and reporting is a very serious job. It's a new medicine. You don't know anything. There can be unknown and known adverse events. You have to monitor it very carefully. That's why the role of clinician, the role of the medical team is extremely important, and people's knowledge about safety reporting. What is adverse event? What is serious adverse event? What is adverse drug reaction? What is SUSAR? Suspected, unexpected, serious, suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reactions. So these are to be done as per PSUR, periodic safety update reports. There are also as NDCT rules 2019 have defined how you should do your safety assessment. And recently I get a lot of requests of people who are very good in pharmacovigilance and safety reporting for jobs. Mainly in many companies, you give a search for Novartis, you give a search for GSK, you will every year time find biostatistician, you find medical monitors, you find a safety pharmacovigilance expert or medical monitors for that. If there are any immediate hazards, like you have given a medical, if you've given IP and the person has started vomiting or has gone unconscious, you have to take immediate actions, and then you will stop the next patient from taking the medicine until you complete a root cause analysis. This is very interesting, which has come. Any person who is doing a clinical trial is susceptible to a lot of risk. I'll tell you an example is that one day there was an interview and I found that one person was asking another person, you are nowadays feeling very happy. He said, yes, I have enrolled in a clinical trial. And the person said, what is the clinical trial? I said, I don't know. There is a bunch of document which I signed, just like people sign insurance documents. And in one of the wording, it is written that you may also die. You will see all the clinical trial informed consent forms, majority have PIS, but patient information sheet. And there is also written, there's a chance that there might be death. And that became a media because the media person is not trained. He writes that Indian persons becomes guinea pig. And there's something called guinea pig syndrome. So when I was a clinical trial participant in 2 trial, I definitely felt guinea pig syndrome to myself. So I can tell with surety and confidence that any person who, whatever he or she is, whatever is our educational qualification or experience, if you are a patient, you are a patient. And a patient, that's why we call patient is the subject in medicine. But in clinical trial, we never call them a subject. We call them a participant because they're at par with that. Insurance is extremely important because if you're not insured, then you will be very, very risky. Like if you have insurance in your own for yourself, travel insurance, like many countries. When I travel to say US, UK, Schengen visa, you cannot apply without an insurance. Have you tried applying without an insurance? You will not get your visa accepted because they want you to be able to pay that money when you are in that country. So insurance is a backup that if you something happens, somebody will take care. So as an institution, as a investigator, as a patient, you should be insured. And it is very important that patient is aware about this. Investigational product, here comes the clinical pharmacist who will dispense, who should know it is produced in a GMP facility, how it is packed, how it is labeled. So we do blinding, we do unblinding, should be having all the information and instructions to use. Let me give you an example which happened around 22 years ago. I was in a clinical trial, and the clinical trial was happening in sub-Saharan Africa. When I had gone for audit in the place, I found somebody was very serious and I asked what happened. Because they speak some language which is Sohali, I think. So I'm just not remembering that language, but I think they speak Sohali. I was told that they had given one medicine to put on the skin and one medicine to eat. The patient has just done the opposite. He had eaten the medicine which was supposed to be put topical, and the one which was supposed to be taken orally has put on the skin. I scratched my head that what kind of intelligence this person might have. He might have come from other earth. That a thing which looks like tube, he puts in his mouth. And I asked him in English, how can you put the tube in the mouth? And you know what he said? In Sohali, he said, toothpaste is also tube and I have put in the mouth. So this can be the power. So I always say common sense is not so common among common people, and patients can do anything. That's why it's very important that we have instructions for use. Many times we used to do an IP pill count in clinical trial. And many times when I have audited, I will give you an example of an audit I have done in, say, Gujarat. I have finished the audit. I'm about to leave and I have gone there to wash my hand. And suddenly I am not finding any tissue paper and I just scratch my head and I just pull something and the entire IP falls down on my head. And as per the evidence, they have dispensed the IP. The patient has taken IP. That means a gross misconduct of the investigator. I was very happy to know that the investigator has been banned by the community because regulators do not ban. In US, there is a banned list of investigators. It's very important, like universities have banned list of people. Like just now we got a list from our office that 3 universities has been banned. You cannot do PhD because that UGC has debarred those universities. Anybody cannot do PhD from that. So it's very important to debar those people so that you set an example to others. Like if you drive on a road and you see somebody's fined for not following the rules, you will immediately mend yourself because you don't want to be fined. So we are all we are all governed by punitive and reward measures. So supplying and handling investigative products. I was once part of a vaccine trial, and the vaccine trial was happening in some other part of not in India, and that had resource limits at sittings, and they were using gel pack to transport that vaccine from X place to Y place. And I found that the gel packs were no more cold enough to do that. So the vaccine's integrity is doubtful, and that can be very dangerous when you are doing some trials. I'll quickly move to data and records. Data handling is very important. And if we have a session on data handling, I think that will be the best time to speak about data handling. But I would like to say that when data is most important, like if I say that, have you cleared your MBBS? You will show me your MBBS certificate. Okay, and I will just check your MBBS registration certificate and details to find out whether it is authentic. So record is extremely important. Record has to pass a test called ALCOA-C. How many of you know ALCOA-C? Any idea? What is the meaning of ALCOA-C? So ALCOA-C is a very common question asked nowadays in industry and all the places in clinical trial. ALCOA-C is a formula. If you pick up a record and you cannot say who has written, A is for attributable. L is for legible. All medical doctors are very famous. How they write, they sometimes don't know themselves. And the pharmacist only 50 meters can read. After 51 meters, the pharmacist also cannot read that clinician's handwriting. So legible. C is contemporaneous. O is original. A is accurate. And the C is complete. And there is a plus. That means you can add more things like enduring. So data has to be monitored as per standard operating procedures. You must ensure that the data are not changed. Clinical trial data are like bank checkbooks. If you have written 1 lakh, you need to write 1 lakh only. 1 lakh is not only, but you write only to prevent somebody writing 90,999. So these are measures. Once you write and you scratch it, you cannot submit to a bank because the bank will not accept. They call it dishonoring of check. In clinical trial, when you write, you can't do kitch pitch. You need to write 1 line, you need to sign, put a date and write what has gone wrong. So with this, I wanted to tell you about, these are glance slides. I wanted to tell you about data governance, which is a new thing which has come from sponsors and investigator. I'm so sorry. What is expected is that you need to have a standard operating procedure to say how your data is governed. We are not very serious about data, but many people, when you step outside India and you go to some other countries, which are maybe developed countries, they call themselves developed. We are still under LMIC, low and medium income countries. They're very crucial about the data. Like when you stand in a immigration counter in US and you have a person with a passport, if you do like this, the person will be very much worried that you are reading his passport details. In US, there is a law called HIPAA, which is a very important law. So they're very serious about the records. So it's very important for us to understand the value of our personal data, privacy and confidentiality, and ensure that it is not being stolen, not been misused by anybody. And clinical trials, we do not name the person, we put it a participant ID. So people's name and details are not known. Institution, which is an institution? For us, Scale is an institution because it's an organization which is a medical college, a dental college, where clinical trials are conducted. So this is an example as per the R3. To me, who is an institution? The institution is the best institution is the one who is responsible. That means really interested in doing clinical trials, very ethical, educates its PI and team members involved, supervises the team, probes the progress and problems, are open to discussions and audits, monitoring, never leaves it to the subordinates, and always give allocated time to the investigator, all the person, ensures that interested in continual improvement. What you are today, you shouldn't be same tomorrow. You must be better. So there's a book called Atomic Habits, which tells you that every day you can do better step by step, and should be backed up with source documentation, live up to the high standards of GCP, and also earn reputation and recognition, that is through accreditation. This is my second or last slide, which says the institution's role is to ensure that whatever trials are happening as per regulations correct, as per ethical requirements or ethical consideration correct, provides all the facilities, especially archival, storage of IP, that is investigational product, ensures that the patient who are their patients of the hospitals, their rights, safety, and well-being are protected. The data that is generated is not smudged, is not faked. It is a real data and the original data. In summary, the best practice is that sponsors has a lot of responsibilities and they pass on the responsibility to CROs, but legally they're responsible and institutions have a name. It takes long time to get a name. You study MBBS, MD, then DM, MCH or MS, and you come up to the stage, but you make one mistake and you are down. So it's very, very important for institution, investigator, anybody to climb up, but it is not very difficult to come down. And once you come down, it is very, very difficult to climb up. At least I know 56 investigators who have climbed up and have fallen down and have never climbed again. So very serious, take steps to climb up and be sure to stay there and not come down. Thank you so much. Namaskar and Jai Hind. I wanted to say by that, there's a saying in Hindi and very famous by Prime Minister that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. And clinical trial is a perfect example of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sucheta.
Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Dr. Sucheta. Any questions for Madam? Please, the feedback form is sent on WhatsApp group. Please fill that feedback form to complete the certification process. I request Sucheta Madam, please come on the dais. What is the vision? Also, we had a rapporteur for this session, for the whole session. I request Dr. Vasanti Jirge, Professor of Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, Vishwanath Katti Institute of Medical Science, who has served as a reporter for this event. The tea is arranged outside. I think so the session has ended. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagaraja, for such a wonderful coordination and management of the dais. My stress has been relieved by your presence.
Okay.
And I hope all the participants has been benefited with the eminent speakers we have. So we tried to have basically eminent personalities from all around the stakeholders, be it DCGI, be it joint DCGI. Dr. Devesh Gupta has been instrumental in various clinical trials. So I hope we could do the justice to this pre-conference and we can see that learning and principles being implemented in the practice. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, sir.